sniper rifle rounds so that you can eliminate nesting gargoyles from afar before they have a chance to swoop down on you. Granted, most of these enemies aren't particularly clever in their own right. The genetically modified mutants of this underground Frankenstein factory might have deadly drills for arms, but they're far from the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to outmaneuvering you one-on-one. Still, what Village's variety of grunts may lack in smarts, they certainly make up for in sheer numbers.
There's no end to them!
And although I rarely encountered clusters of more than a handful of enemies at a time for the first few hours, by the story's end I was gleefully indulging in chaotic levels of carnage that reminded me more of a run-and-gun Call of Duty campaign than a slow-paced horror game. That's a pretty big change from the philosophy of Resident Evil 7's first half, and a throwaway reference to military training in the prologue is used to explain why Ethan feels substantially more combat ready this time around.
Military training, it all happened so fast.
He's better equipped to stay on the move during a scrap, and can even shoot down flaming arrows Leon Kennedy style. Certain location-specific environmental features also help to further even the overwhelming odds, and freshen up each fight as you move from one unique area to another.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
The Duke, a tubby trader who can be conveniently found in various locations around the map like a Transylvanian 7-Eleven, allows you to buy weapon add-ons and upgrades as well as limited amounts of medkits and ammunition. But what I appreciated the most about Capcom effectively resurrecting Resident Evil 4's Merchant is that the Duke's stiff prices forced me to pore over every square inch of Village's stunning scenery in search of treasures to trade for spending money, which had the knock-on effect of leading me to a number of surprises, both pleasant and malevolent.
Some treasures still lurk in this village.
Studying your surroundings for the telltale glint of a valuable gem or keeping an ear out for the creak of an item-carrying birdcage aren't the only ways to unearth rewards for backtracking and exploring off the beaten path. Animals can be tracked down and killed, with their meat turned into dishes that give permanent boosts to Ethan's health and defense. I definitely took some dark delight in slashing at a yard full of chickens with Ethan's pocket knife. Check it out, this is what Link sees every time you play The Legend of Zelda. No wonder he's too traumatized to speak. Elsewhere, there are countless invaluable story morsels that tie the village's inhabitants to the Umbrella Corporation, as well as entirely optional mini-boss fight encounters that in some instances manage to completely blindside me. It's clear that this Resident Evil isn't just called Village so that Capcom could awkwardly shove the Roman numerals for 8 into its logo, but because exploring the village itself is a central part of the experience. And although you visit each of the main villains' lairs in a set order, keys and other tools found along the way unlock new paths and secrets that make your return trips through Village's main hub a consistently rewarding journey. However, my trip through Resident Evil Village wasn't entirely without its missteps. I'm not sure Capcom was prepared for how much of a phenomenon Lady Dimitrescu would become with the Resident Evil fanbase, because despite the horniest hopes of internet perverts,
oh, be careful what you wish for.
Her appearance is certainly intimidatingly long-legged, but also disappointingly short-lived. She arrives very early on, is reasonably easy to avoid as far as stalker enemies go, and isn't as big a presence as you might expect from Village's billboard-sized poster girl. Her 3 daughters, meanwhile, all share the exact same weakness, and thus your fights against them all play out in almost identical fashion, though I will give them credit for never failing to jolt me out of my seat with their unpredictable arrivals.
Play with me some more!
Stop that. In fact, many of Village's boss encounters come up surprisingly short in a strategic sense. While they certainly escalate in scale and spectacle as you get closer to the story's climax, very few amount to much more than circle strafing and shooting them in their glowing bits until they drop. I would have welcomed a few more epic-sized showdowns that engaged my brain as much as my reflexes and ammo reserves. While there's not much to puzzle out when it comes to tackling bosses, there's just as little thinking involved when it comes to tackling Village's actual puzzles. As was the case in Resident Evil 7, the solutions to the bulk of Village's brain teasers are either exceedingly straightforward or, in many cases, entirely spoiled for you by instructional notes left in their immediate vicinity. I can understand the developer's reluctance to allow our forward momentum through the story and action sequences to stall, but that seems at odds with an experience that otherwise clearly wants you to regularly slow down and examine your surroundings. Once Village's story has been finished, you gain access to Mercenaries. This time attack arcade mode, which debuted in Resident Evil 3, returns with a few new gameplay tweaks and serves up some high-speed survival horror shooting that's only a few distorted guitar riffs away from actually passing as a Doom arena. Mercenaries consists of a multi-part gauntlet run through 4 stages taken from Village's campaign. Simply surviving isn't too taxing, but identifying the optimal path to the level goal and keeping your kill streak combo going is paramount in order to achieve some fairly challenging high score goals. An extra layer of strategy has been included this time around in the form of special ability orbs, which allow you to activate perks such as more high-powered headshots or exploding enemy corpses. I'm finding this revival of Resident Evil's long-dormant Mercenaries mode to be an addictive bonus that I've already spent several hours with as I continue to chase those elusive S and SS rankings and their resulting special weapon unlocks.
Jesus Christ!
Roaming the streets of Resident Evil Village is like visiting a disturbing and deadly Disneyland, where every attraction is a house of horrors. I got just as big a thrill out of reveling in its frenzied violence as I did retracing my steps through the gradually revealed recesses of its sizable village setting to uncover the darkest story secrets of its monstrous main cast. Boss fights are a bit of a letdown, but the great variety of enemies throughout keeps things tense. The fact that it's very much a throwback to the fast-paced action of Resident Evil 4 also means it largely takes a step back from the slow burn scares of Resident Evil 7, which may well disappoint those who prefer more psychological dread to blowing off heads. But if you have an itch for action-heavy survival horror, then Resident Evil Village will scratch it like a fistful of Lady Dimitrescu's freakish fingernails. For more IGN reviews, check out our verdicts on Returnal and Total War Rome Remastered, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Lena?
I said no!
Resident Evil returns, and if you're looking to jump into the series for the first time, you might be wondering what the hell is going on. Here's a quick and very condensed synopsis of the main Resident Evil story, and everything you'll need to know leading into Resident Evil Village. The following contains spoilers. You have been warned.
Resident Evil 0.
July 23rd, 1998. Raccoon City's police STARS Bravo team is dispatched to investigate murders in the Arkley Mountains, but crash before they can reach it. Survivor Rebecca Chambers makes her way towards a spooky-looking nearby mansion in an effort to find the rest of Bravo team.
Resident Evil.
The STARS Alpha team is dispatched to find out what happened to the Bravo team. The search leads Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, Barry Byrne and the team leader Albert Wesker to the Spencer mansion. The gang split up and discover the horrible fates of the other STARS members and find Rebecca Chambers still alive. Jill and Chris eventually uncover that the Umbrella Corporation, a pharmaceutical company and all-round shady business, was behind illegal experiments resulting in the horrors that are roaming the mansion's halls. The team eventually discovers that Wesker is a traitor. He infects himself with the strain of the T-virus in order to give him the edge and unleashes the new super weapon, the Tyrant. This backfires though as Wesker is fatally injured by the Tyrant, and after taking down the monster, the team eventually escape the facility. The STARS team return to Raccoon City and decide to go rogue and investigate the Umbrella conspiracy. Chris heads off to Europe solo and Jill stays in the city to learn more about Umbrella.
Resident Evil 3.
In September 1998, Raccoon City becomes overrun with zombies. Umbrella sees the outbreak as an opportunity to test its new bioweapon and sends down the experimental Nemesis, tasked to kill off all STARS members. While Jill tries to survive the outbreak despite Nemesis hot on her heels, rookie RPD officer Leon S. Kennedy and Chris Redfield's younger sister Claire both arrive in Raccoon City.
Resident Evil 2.
After being separated following a car accident, Leon and Claire agree to meet up at the police department. Unfortunately, the building is also infested by zombies. Claire runs into Sherry Birkin, a young girl being pursued by a monstrous widow who turns out to be her dad and Umbrella leading scientist William Birkin. Turns out Billy B had planned to betray Umbrella and sell his new G-Virus, but was gunned down before he could do so. Before dying, William managed to infect himself with the G-Virus and allowed the virus to spread into Raccoon City through the water system. Nice one, Willie. Meanwhile, Leon runs into Ada Wong, an FBI agent who's looking to obtain the G-Virus to prove Umbrella's corruption. In the sewers, Leon and Ada run into William's wife, Annette, who's not a big fan. Leon and Ada chase her into the secret Umbrella underground facility called Nest in pursuit of the G-Virus. Claire also arrives at Nest in search for the vaccine for a now infected Sherry. Leon manages to obtain the G-Virus sample but runs into William, who in his freakish form mortally wounds his wife. Annette tells Leon that Ada is actually a mercenary who's looking to sell the G-Virus to the highest bidder. Ada demands the G-Virus, but before Leon can hand it over, Annette shoots Ada. She falls to her death, dropping the G-Virus sample. Claire finds the vaccine and gives it to Annette to cure her daughter while she tangles with William. Sherry is cured, but Annette eventually dies of her injuries. The facility is set to self-destruct, and Claire and Sherry board a train to escape with Leon. With Nest destroyed, the crew finally manage to escape the nightmare and on the outskirts of Raccoon City vow to continue their fight against Umbrella.
Resident Evil 3.
Elsewhere in Raccoon City, Jill Valentine is infected with the T-virus. Fortunately, Carlos Oliveira, a merc hired by Umbrella, is on the scene to not only cure Jill but help find the vaccine. At this point, our heroes find out the unfortunate news that the US government plans to wipe out Raccoon City with a missile strike, hoping to eradicate the infection. Carlos and Jill head to another underground lab, this time creatively called Nest 2. Unfortunately, Nemesis is still alive and very much in pursuit. Jill and Carlos take out the abomination once and for all, and with the vaccine sample in hand manage to escape the city before the missile strikes. Unfortunately, Nikolai, Carlos' former colleague turned secret operative, is waiting and manages to destroy the vaccine vial. Jill and Carlos take down Nikolai, leaving him for dead, and escape just before the missile arrives to completely floor Raccoon City for good. And as expected, our heroes vow to take down Umbrella.
Resident Evil.
3 months after escaping from Raccoon City, Claire Redfield, in search for her brother Chris, attempts to raid the European facility before being captured. Claire is taken to an island prison commanded by Alfred Ashford, the grandchild of one of the founders of Umbrella. An outbreak occurs, of course, and after being freed, Claire gets to work looking for Chris and escaping the island. With there being no sign of Chris, Claire escapes on a plane. Ashford, who it turns out has split personality disorder and often believes himself to be his twin sister Alexia, takes control of the plane remotely and crashes it into another Umbrella facility, this time in Antarctica. It's also worth noting that during the crash, Claire spends a period unconscious here, during which she has a dream that turns out to be the plot of Resident Evil Survivor 2. Weird. Alfred has also flown over in a quest for revenge, and after he's fatally wounded, he frees his sister Alexia, who is cryogenically frozen and riddled with a new virus called T. Veronica. Meanwhile, back on Rockford Island, wouldn't you know it, but Chris has shown up looking for Claire. Instead though, he runs into his old pal Wesker, who's still alive, super strong, and on a mission to find the T. Veronica sample. They both make their way to Antarctica, and Chris finally reunites with Claire, who then defeats a now very powerful Alexia before escaping as the facility self-destructs. Oh, and Chris and Claire vow to take down Umbrella. You seen a pattern here?
Resident Evil 4.
6 years later, Umbrella is long gone due to a government suspension and a stock value crash. Basically the lamest way possible. Leon Kennedy, the once RPD rookie, is now a government agent who's sent on a mission to rescue the president's daughter Ashley from her kidnappers in rural Spain. Leon discovers that not only are her kidnappers a cult called Los Illuminados, but they're also infected by a new mind-controlling parasite called Las Plagas. During the rescue, Leon coincidentally bumps into an old flame in the form of Ada Wong, who's not dead and once again on the hunt for the virus. After rescuing Ashley, Leon confronts the cult leader Sadler, and with the help of Ada, they manage to defeat him. Ada, once again showing her true colours, takes the Las Plagas sample and escapes by helicopter, but not before setting the base to, yep, you guessed it, self-destruct. Leon and Ashley manage to escape and jet ski all the way home.
Resident Evil 5.
2 years later, with Wesker still on the loose, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine are working together for the new Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance. Chris and Jill follow a lead toward Umbrella founder Oswald E. Spencer and finally come face to face with Albert Wesker, who has killed Spencer. Wesker, seemingly even more powerful than before and now dodging bullets for fun, is more than a match for Chris and Jill. To save Chris's life, Jill sacrifices herself, sending both her and Wesker to their deaths, and Chris, understandably, is sad. Almost 3 years after Jill's death, Chris is tasked with apprehending terrorist Ricardo Irving, who is selling bioorganic weapons in Africa. Along with his new partner Sheva, Chris discovers that the locals are infected by something similar to Las Plagas, later discovered to be called Ouroboros. Chris is also informed by the BSAA that Jill could still be alive. After defeating a mutated Irving, Chris and Sheva learn that Trisal, the company that funds the BSAA, had taken over Umbrella's seedy work in conjunction with a still-alive Wesker and had been conducting human experiments. Unfortunately, one of his victims was Jill, who is also still alive and now under Wesker's control. Chris and Sheva manage to subdue Jill and remove the mind-controlled device before it's too late. Wesker tries to flee on a bomber, which crash lands into, of all places, a volcano. After some boulder punching, Chris and Sheva finally defeat Wesker once and for all, and all is well in the world. For now. Right, next up is Resident Evil 6, which features not one but 3 interwoven campaigns, and it all gets really messy, so deep breath.
Resident Evil 6.
In 2012, a new virus surfaces from a company dubbed Neo Umbrella and led by what appears to be Ada Wong. Series newcomer Jake Muller is believed to be the key to the vaccine due to his antibodies. The reason Jake is immune is, well, he's Wesker's son. Typical. In 2013, the American president decides enough is enough and it's time to spill the beans about what really happened in Raccoon City. However, before he can, there's another infection attack and the president, now a zombie, has to be taken down by his loyal agent and series favourite, Leon Kennedy. Ada Wong then arrives and tells Leon Kennedy that the National Security Advisor Derek Simmons is affiliated with Neo Umbrella and behind the terror attacks that zombified the press. Leon heads to China in pursuit of Simmons. Chris Redfield, now racked with post-traumatic stress and a thirst for revenge after his team was slaughtered by Ada, also heads to China in pursuit, as does Jake because, you know, plot. Right, let's do this bit quick. Chris finds out Jake's true identity and despite the awkward moment when Chris tells Jake he killed his dad, they mostly work it out. Simmons dies, Chris makes Piers is wounded and then grows a new arm with the C virus and saves Chris. Jake kills his boss who's not worth talking about and then we also find out there's two Adas with one being an imposter called Carla and that explains all the outfit changes and finally all the good guys win and go their separate ways. Basically, there's a lot going on and it's not very good, so maybe just ignore this bit.
Resident Evil.
In 2017, Ethan Winters is looking for his wife Mia, who's missing. His search leads him deep into Louisiana and he finds her imprisoned by a very odd and very disgusting family, the Bakers. Ethan is captured by Jack Baker and forced to join him with the vomit-inducing family dinner with his wife Marguerite, son Lucas and an elderly woman. After escaping and managing to kill Jack and Marguerite, Ethan finds his infected wife and develops a serum for Mia. They try to flee on a boat, but it's knocked over by a mysterious creature that turns out to be a girl called Evelyn, a bioweapon that Mia, who apparently is a secret agent, was tasked with escorting. Turns out Evelyn was responsible for the Baker family's mind-altering infection because she was desperate for her own family, you know, like all bioweapons are. After injecting Evelyn with the toxin, she reverts back to her true form as the old woman at the Baker's disgusting dinner. Turns out she's been rapidly aging. Evelyn mutates into a giant blob, like all classic Resident Evil bosses, and after a final confrontation with Ethan, with a little help from a recently arrived military squad, she's finally destroyed. And in a final reveal, the leader of the military squad that helps up Ethan is revealed to be none other than Chris Redfield coming out of a helicopter branded Umbrella. After Ethan escapes, Chris and his team pursue Lucas Baker, who was actually never under Evelyn's mind control due to a serum provided to him by the new shadowy organisation called The Connections. The Connections were behind Evelyn's creation, and Lucas has been gathering data for them. But he also planned to betray his masters anyway, like every other villain ever in this series. After working his way through a series of traps, Chris manages to kill a mutated Lucas and finally returns to base for an urgent call. And that's it, the main plot of Resident Evil summed up in 10 minutes. Yes, we did skip over a few good but not that important games, some terrible ones and a bunch of bizarre moments, but there's a lot to cover in the wacky world of Resident Evil. Now excuse me while I go set my base to self-destruct and vow to get my revenge. And if you like that video and want to see what's next, why not check out the trailer for Resident Evil Village.
Resident Evil 4 VR for the Oculus Quest 2 is here, but this virtual reality remake is more than just a change of perspective. From updated cutscenes to welcomed combat improvements, here are some of the biggest differences in Resident Evil 4 VR. Resident Evil has never been shy when it comes to dishing out B-movie tier dialogue. Whether it's an awkward compliment given out by Barry Burton,
a second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich,
or Leon's brazen,
"No thanks, bro,"
when face to face with Salazar. There's no shortage of sentences that'll leave you rolling your eyes. But in Resident Evil 4 VR, some of those more questionable lines, yes, I'm looking at you, Dr. Sarah,
I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics too.
How rude!
have either been edited or removed altogether. Here's all the examples we've noticed during our playthrough.
Leon, I hope you can hear me. I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older. So the subject's name's Ashley Graham, right?
Leon, I hope you can hear me. I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. So the subject's name's Ashley Graham, right?
Leon, it's been 6 hours since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely? Anyway, I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Leon, it's been 6 hours since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Leon! Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing. Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Is she... Leon! Small world, eh?
Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Is she...
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Somehow I knew you'd say that, but it doesn't hurt to ask, you know? So, who was that woman anyway?
Why do you ask?
Come on, tell me. So, who was that woman anyway?
Why do you ask?
Come on, tell me.
After the credits have rolled, an extra post-credits scene plays out between Hunnigan and Leon, which goes like this.
Hunnigan, is that you?
Finally, the line's jack free.
Hey, Hunnigan, no glasses.
Forget the glasses. What's the status of the mission?
I've rescued the subject. We're returning home.
You did it, Leon.
Thanks. You know, you're kind of cute without those glasses. Give me your number when I get back.
May I remind you that you're still on duty.
But in the VR version, this post-credits scene was removed entirely. And there's another small change, which is found at the start of the game when Leon comes across the impaled body of a female villager. In the original release, it reads... But in the VR version, it's been altered to... Despite being the John Wick of the Resident Evil universe, those quick gunslinging skills have never quite translated all too well in the games, especially in RE4. But in the VR port, Leon is finally able to both shoot and move his legs at the same time. Worried about that incoming axe? Just bob and weave out of the way. Stressed about those pesky regenerators? Don't sweat it, just blind fire around a corner without having to expose your vitals. It's clear that Armature has put a lot of care into how you'll be taking on those hordes of Ganados, and brushing between an enemy as you dodge its attack whilst headshotting another is a pleasure worth experiencing. If you're feeling especially cool, you can even perform a trick or two by flinging your gun, knife, or even both, upwards into the air and catching them as they fall with a spin. But the improvements don't just stop there. If there's one thing RE4 perfected all those years ago, is its iconic inventory system. The ever so satisfying Tetris-like attaché case is back, but this time, Leon also comes with functional holsters for nearly everything he needs, from healing items to ammo and of course, weapons. Find yourself backed into a tough spot? Remember, every weapon is now within arm's reach. Need a bit more firepower? Reach behind your back for your trusty shotgun. Feeling tactical? Slide your knife out and pair it alongside your trusty Silver Ghost. Equipping weapons has never been easier, so use that to your advantage. QTEs are still featured in RE4 VR, but have been altered to be slightly easier. When running away from boulders, you'll wave your arms up and down as if you're running, but this time, there's no QuickTime event at the end of that chase. They've even included a slow motion effect at the start of most QuickTime events, just to prepare you, something which didn't happen in the original version. Leon isn't the only character to have some change. Boss encounters have been altered too, such as the infected amphibian beast known as Del Lago. You still fight the monster in a small motorboat, but instead of pretending to lob hooks into its flesh by flailing your arms about in VR, you'll instead be making use of the new harpoon gun to smoothly take aim and fire. A nice change, but that doesn't mean it's gotten any easier, as this boss fight still plays out at a neck-break speed. The same can be said for the El Gigante boss fight as well, which now allows the player to slash at the monster's plaga growth with their own knife, instead of taking part in a QTE button mashing minigame. While Leon's campaign is fully playable, the same can't be said for some of the extra modes that are mainstays in Resi 4. The unlockable Mercenaries minigame, earned by completing the main game on any difficulty, is sadly absent. In Mercenaries, if you were skilled enough to earn a 5-star ranking on every stage with all characters, you'd normally unlock the hand cannon, one of the most powerful weapons in the game, but sadly we haven't been able to find it yet in this VR remake. The same goes for both Assignment Ada and Separate Ways, as both aren't included, which in turn probably means both the Chicago typewriter and the Special 2 costume set are most likely not unlockable in the traditional sense with RE4 VR as well. But what is new to Resident Evil 4 VR is a version of the Merchant Shooting Range gallery accessible straight away from the main menu. This specific shooting gallery is perfect for brushing up on your firearm skills before starting the campaign, but it does differ slightly from the one you'll find during your own playthrough once you eventually reach Salazar's castle. As you play through Resi 4's story, you'll be able to compete against the merchant's high scores and earn fun prizes by going through these blue doors, something you can't do if you're coming in straight from the main menu. Whether it's a key, a treasure, or even a box of ammo, Resident Evil 4 VR is full of inventory to juggle. Since Armature Studios has up-resed over 4,500 textures, you'll really be able to appreciate this gloomy world just a little bit more. Even the opening has clear visual improvements. Just look at those ground textures.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
Looking at the fine details of the pearl pendant or appreciating the shine of a beautiful ruby is quite refreshing, especially since everything in RE4 is always looking to remove your head from your shoulders. Even locked doors are now a fun change of pace, having to grab the key from your inventory, slot it into the lock, and slowly turn the key yourself. Puzzles have also been altered. Instead of various text menus to navigate whichever puzzle you're facing, now everything can be solved from a push of a button or a grab of an orb. Every puzzle is now a physical presence within the world and helps to ground you in Leon and Ashley's struggle. Even saving the dog at the start now requires the use of both hands in order to free your furry friend from a bear trap. So get ready, because you'll be getting up close and personal with everything in Resident Evil 4 VR, even this lovely cow. Spotted anything else that's changed? Let us know in the comments below, and for more Resi 4 VR, make sure to watch the first 16 minutes of gameplay or our boss fight gameplay video. Hello everyone, I'm Jesse, and what you're about to watch is gameplay highlights from the newly released Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries VR update. You'll see every playable character in action on every playable map. Enjoy! For even more Resident Evil 4 VR, make sure to check out our video on Big Head Mode or our video on RE4 VR's unique challenge mode.
While it's since been followed by a string of sequels, crossovers, and spin-offs, the original Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy remains the most mechanically straightforward and narratively cohesive collection of games in the visual novel series. This high-definition compilation is a great way for newcomers to get on board with this wonderfully absurd brand of pun-filled courtroom drama, but an absence of any new supplemental content or gameplay tweaks means the overall package struggles to make a compelling case for returning fans. The first 3 games in the Ace Attorney series collectively amount to around 60 hours of gameplay, with each game broken down into a series of individual trials comprised of several days of crime scene investigation, courtroom cross-examination, and multiple uses of Phoenix Wright's classic catchphrase.
Objection!
Sorry, catchphrases.
Take that!
The cases themselves hold up remarkably well thanks to writing that seamlessly swings from po-faced seriousness to tongue-in-cheek farce, and I enjoyed returning to the original game's methods of witness interrogation, which mostly remain far more direct than the increasingly experimental and supernatural cross-examination techniques that were introduced in subsequent games. Having said that, there are still instances where these games' staunchly linear design means that presenting evidence that seems to clearly contradict a specific piece of testimony can still be dismissed by the judge, resulting in a cross-examination system that can increasingly get bogged down in trial and error the further you get into each case. The only substantial change from the originals are the high-definition visuals. The hand-drawn characters and environments are certainly very crisp, but the overall look is now clean to the point of being overly sterile, kind of like evidence that has been completely scrubbed of fingerprints. The sharpened look is by no means ugly, but it has lost some of the charm that made the original sprite-based character models and animations so endearing. Otherwise, this is the first 3 Ace Attorney games, nothing more and nothing less. 3 games that have previously been ported across a series of Nintendo handhelds and mobile devices. To that end, this compilation remains worthwhile for newcomers, but long-term Ace Attorney fans should eye it with an amount of wariness that a seasoned judge would give a repeat offender. If you've never experienced them before, then Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy is an entertainingly compelling collection of courtroom-based visual novels, with excellent writing and colourful characters who help paper over game mechanics that can at times be overly rigid and illogical. However, if you've already played these games, perhaps even more than once already, then there's very little incentive to take this collection into your custody. For more reviews of remakes and remasters, check out our verdicts on Borderlands Game of the Year Edition and Resident Evil 2.
These creatures consume life.
Those who let themselves be lured into the trap will be whisked away by a swift gale, the embodiment of darkness, as they are slowly drained of their life. The darkness will show itself, basking in moonlight.
On my honor as a knight, I will end you. We will prevail. Hold nothing back. A worthy adversary indeed. Sorry to keep you waiting. We must bring peace back to Komura and the kingdom.
Together. Going on a quest with you two is gonna be fun.
Whether you're slaying fantastical beasts for the first time or dusting off your greatsword after a long absence, it's always good to brush up on your hunting techniques. Here's how to bring home the spoils in Monster Hunter Rise.
Laughably easy.
The hub world of Kimura Village is where players choose a hunting quest and make the necessary preparations before heading out. Hinoa gives single-player village quests, while Minoto offers multiplayer hub quests. If you've spotted the creature you're targeting in the wild before, check your hunter's notes for some helpful info, including its habitat and how it will defend itself when attacked. Next, prepare items and equipment. There are 14 weapon types, whose effectiveness depends on what you're up against. Bladed weapons deal cut damage, hammers cause blunt damage, ammunition damage comes from bullets and arrows, and so on. Different parts of each monster have different vulnerabilities, so choose the most effective tool for the job. Luckily, every type of weapon is already in your item box from the start. Once you're armed, head to the training area to learn combos, or visit the smithy to upgrade weapons and armor or forge new ones.
My hammer's ready.
Also, don't forget to raid the item box. Healing potions are a necessity, but bombs, traps, and buffing items like the attack-boosting demon drug provide an edge in combat. Check the crafting list for any useful items you can make, visit the merchant to purchase supplies, and create an item loadout to instantly empty and restock your pouch. Get some much-needed backup in the form of palamutes and palicos, trusty hunting companions that attack monsters, heal hunters, and even scavenge items. Use the buddy board to select who to bring along, as well as change their equipment, gear, skills, and behaviour. Make sure to hire additional buddies from the buddy handler, and send them off to collect more materials with the Argosy and Mercenaries. These passive activities will prevent you from having to purposely seek often used items like honey and nullberries, and provide you with unique materials that unlock cool armor and weapons. Plus, you can manage the Argosy and Mercenaries from your housekeeper, and only have to check in once in a while.
Get your bunny dango right here!
Lastly, never hunt on an empty stomach. Order a meal of bunny dango at the canteen by selecting 3 dumplings to go on the skewer. Eating increases your max health and stamina, and each dango has an associated status effect that has a chance of activating once consumed. And if you forget to scoff before you leave, food can also be consumed at the tent when the quest begins. Once the quest begins, the monster's location is marked on your map. If it's your first time encountering the creature, it's identified as a question mark. But don't make a beeline for the beast just yet, because there's a lot in the world that can aid your fight. Firstly, check the blue supply box for helpful items. These are provided by the Hunting Guild and can't be taken back to Kimura Village, so use them before dipping into your own supply. These items can also provide hints on how to take down or protect yourself from a monster. For example, the guild leaves you some screamer pods to throw at a somnicanth, along with energy drinks to counter its sleep powder. Secondly, each area is teeming with endemic life that offers various buffs and effects. Spira birds increase health, stamina, attack, or defense depending on their color, while other creatures offer a temporary boost to stats too. While out on a hunt, gather everything you pass, especially mining nodes. You'll likely need them eventually. If you're in need of specific items, look at the detailed map in the menu and press X to see the icon list, which highlights where to find them on the map. It will only show areas uncovered by clouds though. Rise also introduces the wire bug, a handy tool that makes it easier to get around. Fling yourself towards a wall, then hold R to run up it, or use the wire dash to move quickly on the ground. But remember, wire bugs have a short cooldown before they can be used again. Great wire bugs are souped up versions used to propel hunters across large distances in a fixed direction. Once you've spied your prey, it's time for battle. Taking down monsters involves dealing lots of damage, targeting the weakest parts of their body, and learning attack patterns to anticipate their next move. Watch your stamina too. If it depletes, you're an easy target.
Be careful!
In combat, make use of the wire bug by performing powerful silk bind attacks, such as the Switch Axe's Invincible Gambit, a wire bug assisted spinning attack. If you get knocked back, use Wirefall by pressing ZL and B to recover quickly. Try to focus attacks to break off parts of monsters for more rewards. Blunt damage will more easily break off horns and stun them, but cutting damage is superior for severing tails. Keep an eye on how it behaves to get an idea of its health. It'll drool if it's tired, and if it's limping, it's definitely on its last legs. After a while, the monster may flee. If you have a palamute handy, hop on its back and pursue. While taking a breather, use the whetstone to sharpen any dulled weapons, and eat rations to restore stamina. If another monster enters the mix, they will likely start fighting each other. Leave them to duke it out, or keep attacking to wear them down enough so they can be mounted and initiate wyvern riding. A chance to briefly take control of monsters and deal out massive amounts of damage. Once the monster is down, it's time to carve off your rewards, which are often valuable materials used to forge new weapons and armor at the smithy back in Kimura village. Crafting more powerful equipment is essential to progressing and fighting tougher beasts. If you have your eye on a more particular weapon, hunt the required creatures to bag the resources to make it. Now you've got yourself some new gear, it's time to get back on the hunt. Accept a new quest, fill your belly with dangos, and head out into the wild once more. That sums up everything you need to start slaying ferocious beasts in Monster Hunter Rise. For more delicious dangos and everything Monster Hunter, stick with IGN.
Let's make this a quick one. Run! Making progress! There you are. Yoink. Sweet. Thanks, buddy. Already? Let's go! Gotta stay sharp!
25 years. That's how long the career of Daigo the Beast Umehara spans. You know, the guy who did this? Yeah, that Daigo. 25 years is a long career for any professional competitor, but in esports, it's damn near impossible. We sat down with the legendary fighting game player to talk about the highlights of his journey, ranging from winning 286 matches in a row at the arcades, to EVO Moment 37, to back-to-back EVO wins in 2009 and 2010, and much, much more.
プロゲーマーの梅原大吾です。主にストリートファイターをプレイしています。もう25年ぐらいのキャリアになります。
Now, is this gonna be enough? Oh, it is! He has escaped! The last hit, and there is the stoic look of Daigo!
のキャリアになります。自分が初めてそのストリートファイターをやったのは11歳なんで、25年どころじゃなくてもっと前なんですけど、28年、29年前ぐらいなんですけど、全国大会で初めて優勝したのが15歳とかそれぐらいで、10代の頃は特にたくさん勝ってたんですけど、日本っていうのは、日本だけじゃないかもしれないですけど、ゲームっていうのはあんまり良くないものって言ってやっちゃいけない、親とか学校からとか友達からも、良くない趣味だというふうに言われ続けてきたものだったんで、プロどころか、そのプレイをしている、堂々とプレイするっていうことすら難しいという、そういう環境だったんで、プロになるなんてのは夢のまた夢でしたし、自分自身も一回、そういったゲームの腕でなんとか自分の人生切り開けないだろうかっていう考えは捨てたというか、一回諦めてますよね。それぐらい難しい状況でした。ギャラリーも集まってきて、一つ面白いエピソードとしては、自分が、やっぱり確かね、日曜日とか土曜日とか週末だったんで、そこそこお客さんがいたんですよね、当時。秋葉原のゲームセンターだったんですけど。で、もう一つが、連勝数は289じゃなくて280。細かいあれは避けますけど、トイレや食事に行かなかったっていうのがまず一つ。あとは、実は最初の本当に1クレジット目は負けてるんですよね。だから286勝1敗です。で、使用してたキャラクターはパイロンっていうキャラクター。使ってるキャラクターでずっと勝たなきゃいけないので、255連勝した時に、ちょうどその時通りかかった、当時のゲームっていうのは大体255で数字が止まるんで、すげえカンストしてるよって通りかかったギャラリーが言ってたのが面白かったし、実際、255連勝までしか表示はされなくて、お店が閉店になったんで、そこで終わりです。懐かしい。これ何回再生されてるんだこれは。400万回。有名な。いやもう何回も見てるからどうってこともないですけど、でもなんていうか、もう10年、20年近く前の出来事ですけど、これがあったから、今があると言っても過言じゃないのかなというような、試合というか動画なんで。心情っていうか、やっぱ、もともと、このゲームに限ったことじゃないんですけど、ジャスティンってのは結構手堅いプレイヤーなんで、守りが堅いプレイヤーなんで、なかなか崩すのが大変だなっていう中で、どうやって、勝とうかっていうのには困らされてたなっていうのはなんとなく覚えてますね。ただ唯一、ちょっとこれ面白いなっていうことで、練習してたのが、チュンリーのあれなんですよ。砲翼戦っていうスーパーアーツ。だったんですよね。だから唯一ですよね。ああいう他のキャラクターのああいう何回も来る連続した攻撃っていうのは別にできないんですけど、チュンリーだけピンポイントで練習してたっていう ことなんですよね、実はね。これがあるからいろんなことがこうなんかスムーズにいってるんだろうなとは思いますけど、実感はあんまりしないですけどね。ただまあなんかあることにこの、動画のことっていうのは言われますし、特にやっぱこれをやったそのね場所であるアメリカが特にこれの試合を評価してくれてるような気がするんですけど、まあ、記念の動画ですよね。最初の年で参加人数が確か1000人とか1100人ぐらいいたんですよね。2009年のエボリューション。初めてその数字を聞いたときは、それまでエボリューションっていうのは参加人数が多くても300人とか、350人とか、400人行くことがなかったんで、確か。だからいきなり1100人っていうと、まあ、3倍から4倍ぐらいの人数だったんで、これはさすがに優勝は無理だろうなと。その規模の大会って出たことなかったんで。ただ、イベントで、まあ、優勝して、招待で行けたんで、まあ、とりあえず記念に行くかっていう感覚で最初の年は行きました。で、優勝することができて、まあ、自分でも驚いたし、嬉しかったですけど、で、翌年はプロになって、で、今年も勝つぞっていう目標を決めて、初めからプロ活動で取り組んでたんですけど、まあ、参加人数も1800人でさらに増えてて、より過酷なトーナメントではあったんですけど、ただ、取り組みとしてもう1日本当に15時間とか18時間とか、そういうプレイ時間を最初の年はエボまでやってたので、その取り組みが良かったかどうかは別にして、かなりの熱意というか、気迫でやりましたね。でその結果、2回勝つことができて、まあ、でももう1回やれと言われてもかなり厳しいだろうなという。やっぱりプロ1年目の、その覚悟とやる気があったからこそできた取り組みだったなと思いますね。ジャスティンと当たるっていうことに対するプレッシャーというのは当時は多分そんなになくて、どっちかっていうと、なんか自分がそのまた格闘ゲーム戻ってきて、で、結構時間が経ったにもかかわらず、またその大事な場面で当たる相手がジャスティンなのかっていうことで、なんか懐かしいような気持ちもありましたし、嬉しいような気持ちもありましたし、なんというか、自分のプレーをそのぶつけるのにふさわしい相手だなっていうのがあったので、まあプレッシャーとかそういうのはなかったですね。まだプロでもないですし、プレッシャーというよりかは、ジャスティンとやるのか、なんかそれは楽しそうだなという、ワクワクするような気持ちの方が強かったと思います。まあそれで、きっかけはだから出しませんかというのはきっかけでしたけど、やっぱり自分のこれまでのその人生っていうのはすごく変わった経歴だろうなというのは思っていたので、まあプロになるっていうタイミングでどこかでそういう本、まあ自叙伝みたいなのが出せたらいいなっていうのはもともとありましたね。で、そこに来てオファーがあったんで、まあ即答というか、はい、やりますというふうに。ギネス、日本だと、小学校の図書室とかにギネスブックっていうのがあって、日本人にとってギネスブックってすごく、ギネスブックというかギネスっていうのはすごく価値のあるものなんですよね。で子供の時にこんな本に載れるような人間になれたらいいなってぼんやりと思っていて、でまさかそれが自分の、まあゲームというジャンルとはいえ、自分がそのギネスに認定されるっていうのは本当に想像もしなかったことだったので、まあ長いプロ、生活の中でもかなり光栄というか、はい、そういうふうに思ったのは覚えてますね。すごく嬉しかったです。というか、まあ、ギネスとか、例えばその著書とかっていうふうに、こう、まあ、いただいた仕事っていうことで言えば、まあ、プロフェッショナルっていう、ドキュメンタリーの、有名なドキュメンタリー番組に出させていただいたっていうのは、まあ、一つ光栄だなと思ってますけど、まあ、誇らしいっていうことで言うと、やっぱり自分がやってる、まあ、寄付だったりとか、そういうのは、そういうことができるようになったんだなと。まあ、やっぱ若い時、自分に余裕がない時はそういうことができなかったので、そこに、まあ、人間的な部分であったりだとか、そういう社会的な部分であったりとか、そういうところの成長を感じれてるので、そこは誇らしいなと思ってますね。
Capcom Fighting Collection.
On June 24th, Capcom Fighting Collection will be released into the wild. 10 games are included from series such as Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, and even Red Earth in its first ever home console version. We got an early look at the arcade modes for each game, so we wanted to share a round from each one, starting with Hyper Street Fighter 2, the Anniversary Edition.
Round 1, fight!
No mercy. Attack.
And there you have it, one round from every game in the Capcom Fighting Collection. Let us know what you're most excited to play down in the comments. And for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
There are endless tutorials and guides already built into Monster Hunter Rise, but even still, seemingly inconsequential information can turn out to be really important down the line. With that in mind, here are 24 things Monster Hunter Rise doesn't tell you that you definitely ought to know about. Village quests can only be done solo, and gathering hub quests can be tackled in multiplayer, meaning those will be a bit harder, even if they do directly scale based on how many hunters you have with you. Also, the story isn't restricted to village quests. You'll have to switch over to hub quests eventually to finish the story. Once your village quest level is 4 stars, you'll start receiving special license tests. Upon completing these fairly difficult quests, you'll increase your gathering hub quest level by 1 rank. So if you're looking to bypass some of the earlier star levels in the hub, try waiting for these special license tests. Your hunter rank is tied only to your hub quest progress, but you can join any low rank hub quest from the start of the game and any high rank hub quest once you reach HR 4, even if you haven't unlocked the quest yourself. Someone just has to post it so you can join. As an additional bonus, these quests will already count as completed once you do unlock them, except for urgent quests, those you'll have to do again. At the end of a hunt, press B to get out of that little cutscene so you can carve that monster and collect things nearby. You can also skip cutscenes in general, even in multiplayer. But in multiplayer, everyone needs to choose to skip a cutscene for it to actually skip. You can re-watch cutscenes at your house. In between hunts, check your map of Komura Village, fast travel to any place with a chat bubble, and talk to whoever wants to talk to you. You can get free Great Wire Bugs and other items, new optional quests, and more. Also, make sure to check this Kahoot nest in the Buddy Plaza for free stuff in between quests. Dango always increase max health and stamina and have a chance to grant skills. If you really like a special limited time only Dango, save it to your usual orders to have access to it whenever you want. These specials aren't available at the tent while out on a quest though. Also, if you're playing with someone who has unlocked more Dango, their menu will be available to you too. You've also got to eat to refill your stamina while out on a quest. Getting well-done steak and rations is as easy as roasting a motley mix at the canteen, but it's fun to cook raw meat yourself too.
So tasty!
When using the wire bug, there's an easy pattern that'll get you across greater distances. Cast the wire bug with ZL plus X, then B after a second to barrel roll forward, then repeat. Throw in an A to hang in the air. Simply hold R to run up a wall. There's no fall damage either. Also, when you get knocked back by a monster, press ZL plus B to immediately recover and automatically sheath your weapon, giving you the chance to quickly down a potion. Lastly, prepare a small or large bomb on your item bar, then wire bug dash and press Y to toss a small bomb or pelt a large bomb below you.
Take this!
Large, non-target monsters are extremely easy to mount with just a few wire bug attacks, so consider riding one to the target monster, or just luring it there with a stink mink. Once riding it, after landing enough hits, you should launch the monster into your target to immediately make it rideable. Then you just ride the target monster and launch it into walls repeatedly for a bunch of damage and a free knockdown. If you've already ridden the target, you most likely won't be able to ride it again anytime soon. It takes quite a long time to build that meter up again, so just perform a mounted Punisher instead. You can deal extra damage to an enemy and perform a knockback by timing your Wyvern riding emergency evades just right. Think of it as a parry performed right when an attack would have otherwise hit you. You start out with all 14 weapon types already in your item box, which you can find all over Komura Village. While there, make an item loadout to easily unload and restock between quests, which you should do every time. Check out the craft list at the box to craft without having to move items to the pouch and make useful stuff like mega potions and armor skin. Then make sure to configure and use your radio menu for commonly used consumables. You can even set to craft from your radio menu. As you hunt monsters, you'll fill out your hunter's notes, which tell you a monster's weaknesses and the best way to get the particular material you're after, whether it's by killing and carving, breaking a certain part, or capturing. You can also find tutorials for each weapon here. Then head to the training area, the best place to practice, experiment, and get to know a weapon, because button mashing just won't cut it for Monster Hunter Rise. Get there by taking the dinghy in the Buddy Plaza, then you'll be able to fast travel there with ease. To shave off a few minutes of each quest, you can capture a monster as soon as this blue icon appears below it, or when your Palico says it's time, by putting down a trap and throwing a few tranq bombs at its face. Though you can learn this if you do the optional tutorial quest. There's another benefit. Capturing some monsters will occasionally unlock new weapon schematics too. Just about everything is more valuable as a crafting component than it's worth to sell, even if it's not apparent now, so gather everything you pass in the field and keep all of your quest rewards. Even golden fry, for example, can be used to make equipment, eventually. The exception, however, is items that are marked as fetches a good price, which you can easily find by auto-sorting your inventory. Sell all that crap as soon as you can. The Argosy's rare finds can be purchased for Komora points and sold for a high price, too. Some items are exclusive to certain locales, like Icium in the Frost Islands and Eroded Husk in the Sandy Plain, so make a specific point to gather from new locations if you haven't been there before. Armor spheres increase armor's defense, but hold on to these until you craft a piece you know you'll want to keep for a while. Basically, just don't use them on your starting gear. Most materials can be picked up by everyone in a party, but some endemic life, like the puppet spiders and whale nard hunting helpers, can only be picked up by one person at a time. However, endemic life, mining nodes, and other materials will respawn over time. The Argosy and Mercenaries, though extremely vital side activities to keeping your inventory stocked with important items, also serve another purpose. They're the only way to find some exclusive materials that unlock cool and flashy new armor and weapons, which we won't show you here because, spoilers. Your Palicos and Palamutes will learn skills as they level up, but you have to equip them at the buddy board. Though wearing multiple pieces of the same set will grant you a bonus to elemental resistances, it's okay to mix and match. Especially after you reach high rank, you may want to mix different pieces together to find a combo of armor skills that match your playstyle and weapon of choice. For example, Kezu Waist and Legs have Focus and Slugger. Great for hammers and hunting horns, but if you're not fond of the skills on the rest of the set, find something else. As you explore each location, keep an eye out for relic records, also called old messages. There are 60 in total, and it's worth noting that the best way to spot one is on foot. So while riding a Palamute might get you places faster, consider taking the slow route to your next destination to find secrets. Even blunt weapons like hammers need to be sharpened with a whetstone. A dual weapon will bounce, leaving you wide open to attack and deal less damage. The control layout of Monster Hunter Rise is super customizable. My favorite options to tweak are button hold settings to make it faster to mount Palamutes, dash settings so I can press the L stick once to continuously dash, and the camera distance to see my surroundings better. You can also change the camera style to automatically follow the target once you're locked onto it with the R stick. You might hit the village hub credits, but there's significantly more game, monsters, and story after that, so keep going. I can tell you an unlimited list of tips for Monster Hunter Rise, but for more, you'll have to check out our full Monster Hunter Rise wiki on IGN.com. You can also see this concise beginner's guide and tips to conquering the rampage, but for everything else, stick with IGN.
Resident Evil, the classic survival horror franchise, turns 25 this year. And while the series has certainly had its ups and downs in the past, with the upcoming Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 4 VR, a rebooted live-action Resident Evil movie adaptation, and a Resident Evil Netflix show and movie, Resident Evil is clearly having a moment. But when you've been around that long, you've probably accumulated your share of strange development stories, weird anecdotes, and hidden Easter eggs, and that's certainly true of Capcom's beloved horror franchise. So here are 7 things you probably didn't know about the Resident Evil games. Resident Evil! And then they say the number of the game. Or they say like Code Veronica. It's weird. The original Resident Evil is a low-poly survival horror masterpiece that demonstrated how video games could uniquely bring the horror genre to life. Cinematic cutscenes, campy voice acting, dynamic camera angles, and terrifying jump scares all come together to tell the story of a sprawling, dimly lit mansion brimming with undead monsters. Resident Evil utilized nearly all of the capabilities of the then immensely powerful PlayStation, which makes it all the more strange that Resident Evil was originally planned to be a Super Famicom game. You see, Capcom had previously made a Famicom game called Sweet Home, a survival horror experience where players take on the roles of multiple characters as they explore a creepy mansion, collect notes, micromanage a constrained inventory, and use rudimentary items like keys, lighters, and lockpicks. Sound familiar? Well, it turns out Sweet Home's director, Koji Oda, told Game Informer in 2017 that Resident Evil originally began development for the Super Famicom as a sort of spiritual successor to Sweet Home. Sweet Home was based on a movie that Capcom no longer had the rights to, so the company decided to create its own horror game series. Nintendo's market-leading position in the early 1990s meant developing for its hardware was the smart financial bet to make, so a Capcom horror game for the Super Famicom was the way to go, despite its limited power. But the infamous falling out between Nintendo and Sony, famed for their efforts to create a joint console together, led to Sony striking out on its own with the PlayStation, which launched in 1994. Capcom realized the far more capable hardware would allow developers to tell more immersive, expansive stories, and development of Resident Evil moved to PlayStation and started its rise to prominence. Now, we don't know what a Super Nintendo Resident Evil game would have looked like, but the system did get its share of atmospheric horror games like Super Ghouls and Ghosts, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, and Clock Tower, so it's very possible that Resident Evil could have maybe looked similar to one of them. That said, if you're now wondering what the Resident Evil series would have looked like as a chunky pixel art horror game, well, do we have a story for you? Stick around for that one, if you want. But you should. It'll be fun. In 2019, Capcom completely remade and reimagined the 1998 classic Resident Evil 2 for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, and the results were widely regarded to be one of the best video game remakes of all time. Capcom has a great record of remaking fan-favorite Resident Evil games, including they beautifully remade original Resident Evil for the Nintendo GameCube, but they've also been responsible for a few Resident Evil demakes that were much less successful. You see, the late 90s was a crowded era for video game handhelds, with Nintendo, Sega, SNK, and Bandai all selling portable gaming systems. In 1997, American toy company Tiger Electronics, mostly known for making shoddy LCD games and also Furbies,
all new Furbies,
decided to throw down with its own dedicated handheld called the Tiger Gamecom, a clunky black and white oddity that nobody bought. Well, maybe one guy bought, and he'll definitely leave a comment on this video. Hey, it's good to see you. Thanks for just hanging out. Anyway, Capcom saw tremendous success with Resident Evil 2 and decided to port it to the Gamecom to incredibly weird results. The fully 3D rendered third-person survival horror game was now a flat, colorless 16-bit 2D game that scrapped pretty much everything that made the original memorable, including the entirety of Claire's campaign. By the year 2000, the failed Tiger Gamecom had been discontinued entirely, making the Resident Evil 2 pixel art remake a weird but also kind of peculiar footnote in Resident Evil history. Hey, at least it actually reached store shelves, which is more than we can say for the canceled Game Boy Color port of the original Resident Evil. Seriously, look at this thing. They almost made Resident Evil for the Game Boy Color, like with fixed camera angles and everything. I love it. When Resident Evil 3 Nemesis launched in 1999, the story picked up right where its predecessor Resident Evil 2 left off, in the streets of Raccoon City, introducing some new mechanics and a menacing new monster named the Nemesis T-Type. However, the original plan for the third Resident Evil game was a much different experience. After the wild success of Resident Evil 2, Capcom explored lots of different directions for sequels and spin-offs, with legendary game designer Hideki Kamiya taking the lead on a version of Resident Evil 3 that centered around Hunk, the Umbrella Special Forces agent from Resident Evil 2, attempting to transport a G-Virus fire a sample on a cruise ship across the ocean. This version was ultimately scrapped for the street-level version of Resident Evil 3 that fans know today, most recently from the remake the game received in 2020. The cruise ship setting did make its way into a Resident Evil game eventually when the Game Boy Color exclusive Resident Evil Gaiden, meaning spin-off in Japanese, launched 2 years later in 2001. Gaiden takes place entirely on a dilapidated passenger ship overrun with zombies and pits series staples Leon S. Kennedy and Barry Burton against hordes of the undead in a top-down 8-bit action-adventure game that switches to first-person shooting for combat. A cruise ship was also the setting for 2012's Resident Evil Revelations, and then another gigantic cruise ship returned to Resident Evil along with a first-person shooting again in the second half of the 2017 hit Resident Evil 7. So basically, Resident Evil went from having almost no huge boats to just having tons of huge boats, just constantly, just huge boats all the time. There's even one in Resident Evil 5, just non-stop huge boats. Obsessive Resident Evil 4 players know that beating the game on the hardest difficulty unlocks unique exclusive weapons like the Plaga Removal Laser, which can basically one-hit any enemy in the game. But on the opposite end of the difficulty spectrum, the original version of Resident Evil 4 also contains a much easier amateur mode, that is, if you bought the game in Japan. The Japanese version of RE4, known as Biohazard 4, has an exclusive super easy amateur mode where every weapon has double the ammo capacity and Leon takes much less damage when being attacked by the wide array of horrible enemies in this game. Amateur mode, like the easy mode that did appear in other territories, allows players to skip entire sections of the game, like the hedge maze full of grotesque tentacle wolves in Chapter 3-2, making it a unique option for the Resident Evil 4 speedrunning community, which has used the mode to beat the entire game faster than in any other mode. This has led to the current Resident Evil 4 speedrun world record of 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 48 seconds, which ironically is harder to accomplish than any hard mode that any Resident Evil game has ever shipped with. Like many Resident Evil games, Resident Evil 4 has been ported to nearly every video game system ever made. Don't ask me how many ports of Resident Evil 4 I've purchased personally, because the answer is all of them. So new players and old players alike have had easy access to this fantastic and infinitely replayable game on tons of platforms since it first launched in 2005. However, in 2017, 12 years after the game initially launched, a YouTuber named Slippy Slides, who's best known for his videos where he drags the camera around secret and unseen areas of hit video games, found a still hidden Easter egg in Resident Evil 4. You see, in the back half of the game, a helicopter attempts to reach Leon, but it crashes after being shot down by a rocket. Leon is then left to proceed on his own again, but instead of rushing to the next conflict, Slippy Slides looked off into the distance to find a silhouette lurking inside a building the player cannot reach. Breaking the game and flying the camera there reveals a mysterious, flat person wearing a lime green jacket and a scarf. They don't move or talk or do anything since they're either just a bizarre low-res placeholder texture or a secret Easter egg representing one of the developers, but either way, just look at it! Nobody at Capcom has stepped forward to confirm who this person is, so your guess is as good as ours, but in a game packed with murderous villagers, biomutated monsters, and a potato sack-headed chainsaw guy, Secret Scarf Man might be the creepiest of them all. Resident Evil isn't the only Capcom franchise where stoic but campy protagonists fight hordes of the undead across once peaceful settings. There's also Dead Rising, which basically asks, what if Resident Evil, but open world, and infinitely sillier? So it's not too surprising that the two franchises have actually referenced each other. For starters, Keniston Express, a frame and photo development store in Dead Rising's Willamette Parkview Mall, makes an appearance in Resident Evil 5's opening village area. Like everything else in this village, the signage looks a little rough around the edges, but it's cool to think that the locals here appreciate the fine art of photography. Speaking of photographers, Dead Rising's photojournalist hero Frank has his name appear along with his enemy-turned-partner Isabella in an in-game file found in Resident Evil 5 that lists them both as deceased. Damn, Resident Evil did them dirty. Really though, Resident Evil was just returning the favor because 3 years earlier, Dead Rising made fun of one of Resident Evil's most iconic and just wonderfully bad voiceover lines with a mid-mall eatery referencing the Jill sandwich. After the bloated and meandering Resident Evil 6 launched in 2012, the Resident Evil franchise seemed completely at odds with itself. It had gone from a claustrophobic and languorous survival horror franchise to a mishmash and overextended action romp, splitting the fanbase and leaving many wondering how the series would move forward. 2017's Resident Evil 7 recalibrated the story, rooting it in exploration and survival through intimate, derelict environments rife with obtuse puzzles and deliberately cautious pacing that the original game so expertly nailed. Capcom stated that the vintage horror movie franchise Evil Dead, the 1981 '81 Sam Raimi film, where Bruce Campbell visits a remote cabin in the woods filled with undead horrors, was a huge inspiration for Resident Evil 7's creation and overall direction. Capcom returned the favor by hiding several nods to the cult classic film all around Resident Evil 7, including giving the game's protagonist Ethan Winters an ugly yoke-colored Oldsmobile similar to the one Ash drove in The Evil Dead. Additionally, one of the game's villains, Jack, repeatedly says Ash's catchphrase "groovy" during a boss fight with Ethan. Ooh. Oh, and Ethan spends much of the game attempting to rescue his wife named Mia, the same name as the main character in the 2013 female-led reboot movie Evil Dead, which is awesome and violent and bloody, and you should watch it. You don't have to keep that part, I just wanted to say that. And those are just a few things you probably didn't know about Resident Evil. So what's your favorite Resident Evil secret? For example, did you know that the Resident Evil title screen voice guy just talks like that all day, everywhere he goes, to everyone? That's actually not true, I made that up. That'd be really weird and like scary. Very scary and weird. Anyway, talk about Resident Evil in the comments below. It's an awesome video game franchise. It just turned 25, so here's to 25 more years. Then it'll be 50 years old, which will make it the same age as Resident Evil 4 Salazar, unless he's 10. I can't really tell. He's like an old child man. I don't get it either. Anyway, thanks for watching. Go celebrate Resident Evil!
What was that?
What if I told you that I'd been hearing a single sound everywhere for 22 years? I've heard it in countless movies, tons of television shows, video games, and even pop music. It's a short, 3-second sound effect of something that's really quite inoffensive, but still manages to register with me every time I hear it. It's very simple, and there are a lot of sounds like it, but it cuts through the noise of anything I'm watching or listening to whenever it plays, and frankly, I've become obsessed with it. It's most often used as the effect of a futuristic lab door opening. I don't know why, but for decades it's been burrowed into my brain. This innocuous noise has been in and around practically everything I enjoy, and every time it plays, it forces 2 simple questions into my brain. How was it made, and who made it? It's been 22 years now. It's time to get those answers. It's hard to pinpoint when I first started noticing the sound effect, but as an educated guess, I want to say it was in the prominent use of Jean-Claude Van Damme's masterpiece, Universal Soldier. As a teenager, I spent a good chunk of my youth watching and then re-watching every cheesy 90s sci-fi action movie that you can imagine, and Universal Soldier was certainly in rotation. But since then, and especially since starting this journey, I've found and documented it all over the place. From Bond film Tomorrow Never Dies, to Scooby-Doo. From Tomorrowland, to The Venture Bros. From 90s children's TV shows, to a trailer for Square Enix's latest looter shooter, Outriders. The application of this simple sound effect is everywhere, and its endless uses are way beyond what any one person could track. But my journey with this sound actually started quite a bit earlier. There I was, a fresh-faced 15-year-old excited about being able to purchase my first ever 15-rated video game myself. It's not that my parents were ever particularly strict about age ratings, but the idea of being able to walk into a store and buy a game about zombies and blood myself was liberating. During my playthroughs of what I still consider to be an all-time classic, I was constantly aware of how descriptive the use of sound was. Whether that was the shambling groans of the zombies or the clickety-clack of the typewriters, the use of sound in the series as a whole is something that's stayed with me ever since. Little did I know though that one of the more passive sounds, a simple opening of a laboratory door, would be the one I'm still obsessing about over 20 years later. So what is it about this sound? Why has it become stuck in my head so firmly? Now this is an answer I've really struggled with, because I found it so hard to quantify why I find it so satisfying. Perhaps it's the almighty clunk or the winding motors that pan from left to right, but the more I dissect it, the more I believe it's the simple sound's ability to be completely diegetic, yet almost otherworldly. I've certainly never heard a door like it, but it always feels like it belongs despite the situation. Unfortunately though, tracking a sound effect's origin is not that easy. My first hurdle was simple. How do you Google a sound effect? Typing in lab door or sci-fi door understandably brings back thousands of results that could take forever to wade through. And it's not as if there's a Shazam type app for sound effects, although I really do wish there was. I was off to a bad start, so I decided to pull back and start simpler, asking a friend. My first port of call was my immediate connections in the IGN UK office, specifically my colleague Jesse, who, like me, is a huge Resident Evil fan. Although also extremely familiar with the sound, knowing how to find it was also a mystery to him. Thankfully though, Jesse had a friend called John. John is not only a huge Resident Evil fan, but has also been involved in the Resident Evil modding scene, specifically working on sound effects and voiceover. As such, he knows more than a little about the original source files. This was my guide to set me on my way, and he kindly agreed to chat to me. Obviously, we've got a mutual friend in my colleague Jesse, and he's mentioned that you've done work with Resident Evil modding in the past. Is that right?
That's correct. I would do a few little mods here and there and a few little fan projects, and I'd usually tout myself as the sound designer. I say that with air quotes because I'm not a professional by any means. It's just a hobby of mine.
I've been chasing the sound from Resident Evil 2 of the lab door now for a long time, and it turns out you can't really Google what the sound effect is, so I was hoping that you might be able to help me out with this. Being familiar with the original Resident Evil sound files, John knew that a bunch of them could be sourced legally, specifically from a sound repository called Sound Dogs. What the average person might not know is that recycling sound files is and was quite common practice. It turned out Capcom had done a significant amount of this with Resident Evil, spending a fraction of the cost of original sound creation on a license instead. It's something they're less likely to do in these days, preferring to create original sounds in-house, but back in 1998 it made all the sense in the world. With this knowledge, and now a hint of my obsession, John and Jesse began combing through every potential relevant search term they could imagine. Until...
And about 30 or 40 sound effects in, I hear that sound. It doesn't take too long. You hear the door open, you hear it close, whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's the one. It has to be.
So thanks to John, Jesse, and some internet sleuthing, I now had a file and a link to a sound library. Logic would suggest that the reason I'd heard it in so many places was due to how accessible this library was to sound designers. But in my quest to find its origins, the next question was, how did it get onto this library in the first place? In an attempt to understand this procedure more, I got in touch with one of the few sound connections I have in the professional world. Someone I knew from my younger days while playing in a band. Chris Mock is a sound designer, who, since the humble beginnings of mixing my audio in local UK music venues, had gone on to do much greater things in the world of live events and television. I was hopeful that not only could Chris give me more insight, but he also might have some theories on how the sound itself was made. After giving Chris a quick rundown of my obsession and all my progress so far, and despite being slightly perplexed by the situation, he kindly agreed to help, and we dove straight into discussing sound libraries. Are there people out there that specialise in just creating them for stock libraries?
Yeah, there are both. I mean, there are people that they just record sound effects and put them onto a stock library, whether that's their own website, or they put them on places like Sound Ideas or Sound Dogs. What they might do is start with the sound effects from a stock library, but then add things. You can chop it, change it, stretch it, add to it, put reverb on it, whatever you want to do to it, really. You don't have to then say, okay, this is a scream and it has to be like that. You know, you can manipulate it like they do in films. You know, they do use sometimes stock sound effects. There are many that have, over the years, that are familiar. Yeah. And sound designers try and slip them into a film. I'm sure you know which sound effect I'm talking about, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah. For the uninitiated out there, Chris is referring to perhaps the most popular stock sound effect ever used in film, the Wilhelm scream, a sound effect popularised by its use in Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and pretty much every big budget action film ever since. But that's a different and well documented story. I'm here to find out about my lab door. So I decided to quiz Chris on what he thought the sound was.
First thoughts, it's a door from a sci-fi film.
Yeah.
Just one more listen. So that's definitely not, they haven't just gone, let's record this door, because a door like that, you know, wouldn't exist. So they would have had to create it. I'm going to have a listen again.
After repeated listens, it almost felt like Chris had become as enamored with the sound as I had. Or perhaps he was just really keen to pinpoint the noise for me and make a solid prediction. But I like to imagine that is the former.
Obviously, it is a door opening and closing.
Yeah.
But then it sounds like there's some kind of motor in there. It could be a drill. It could be a belt drive from a car that's slowed down. There's something metallic in there as well. But then that might be the door. Mm-hmm. Maybe they've added some kind of hit to it as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to listen again. God, it's so intriguing. I really want to know what it is now.
I had a link and a sound library, the original General Series 6000, which sounds more like a top-of-the-range toaster than a library of soundscapes, and suddenly, finding the effect's origins felt within grasp. After spending far longer than I'd like scrolling through the track list, I eventually found my true love, unimaginatively called Sci-Fi Door 6039_24_1. But despite the minuscule description and a note of duration, I was none the wiser to its source. So, in another moment of need, I reached out to Sound Dogs themselves, hoping that they'd guide me on my journey. I took a brief moment to enjoy this small victory. After all, I started with just a sound in my head that I was unable to Google, and now I'd managed to find the creator's name. The moment passed though, and I was quickly on to my next step of trying to track down Mike McDonough. Fortunately, this time, Google was on my side. After a quick tap and smash into the search engine, I was spoiled for information about Mike. But perhaps most notable was his very reputable work in the sound field for the last 4 decades, including big budget productions like Star Trek Insurrection and Disney's The Black Cauldron. I also found a modern video of Mike, introducing the Mike McDonough SFX collection to potential sound library customers. I now had a name and a face for the man behind the door, but I was still none the wiser with how to get in touch with him. With no apparent website or social media presence, getting in touch with Mike was proving to be tricky. At this point it honestly felt like I'd hit a dead end, and after 2 weeks of fruitless searching, I genuinely considered stopping here with just the satisfaction of finding out his name. But there it still was, an itch in my brain that I had to scratch. I decided to pick up my trail and stumbled upon an article from a Swiss website called Digitech, where in March of this year, the author had spoken to Mike about one of his signature door sounds being used in a classic video game. And no, it wasn't my Resident Evil lab doors. They'd reached out about a signature sound far more documented, the Doom doors. Yep, that's right. Not only had Mike constructed my iconic door sound, but he'd also created perhaps the most iconic door sound in video game history. A sound so widely recognised on the internet that it even earned its own moniker as the Doom doors. You can find YouTube videos montaging its uses, and it even has a page dedicated to it on TV Tropes. This article gave me enough information to help me contact Mike and prepare for our meeting, but while studying the piece, I discovered the author's journey had been eerily similar to mine. Both highlighting stock library sounds that had been used in video games, both hearing the sounds everywhere we went, and both of us motivated by childhood nostalgia, and, despite being completely different sounds, both ending up talking to the same man, Mike McDonough.
Well, my name is Mike McDonough, and I guess we're here to talk about some sounds I made.
At this point, I imagine you're as keen as I was to find out the history of this infectious sound, but the question I immediately needed an answer to was how he actually made it.
I've got to go back in my internal time machine, which isn't very good anymore. So the initial sort of click-clack sound is actually one of the very first CD players. And we were excited to get this new technology in the studio. And it was a big, heavy thing. And the little tray that comes out, it was very beefy. It was solid. It was metal. It wasn't plastic and flimsy. And it had this mechanism, this motor sound. And it went clickety-clack. And so I took it in the studio, opened the grand piano, opened the lid, and set it on the strings of the grand piano so it would resonate. So it would be louder. I wanted to magnify that sound and have it resonate on the strings. Then I just got a microphone, a Neumann U87, which is my favorite mic back then. And I got it as close as I could to the mechanism and just open and close.
An old CD player inside of a grand piano was not exactly what I was expecting, but something I did foresee was the sound being multi-layered. It turned out that the CD player was only the first of multiple elements.
And then I needed a kind of a sustained motor. And the studio had an old copy machine. Well, it was new back then. It was a big giant thing. I think it was made by Xerox. And it had multiple paper trays. So it had this stack on the side with paper in it. And when you push the button, it made this, sound, which I thought, wow, that's a great sound.
And he wasn't done there.
So a friend of mine had one of the first hatchbacks. It was a Ford Capri, it was called. And it had a hatchback. And the little hydraulic lifters on it, whatever they're called, when you open it, it made this sound. So we drove that onto the stage so it was nice and quiet, and I recorded that sound.
When it came to putting it all together though, Mike had one final trick.
The machine I fed it from, a reel-to-reel machine, it had a wonderful little device on it that I frankly used all through the 70s and 80s, almost into the 90s to do sound design pre-digital. And it was called a VSO. And it was a little box. It was VSO stood for Variable Speed Oscillator. And the motor on those machines had a certain frequency they ran at. And this little, it was just a big, a dial. And when you turn the dial down, the motor of the tape machine would run slower. When you turn the dial up, it would run faster. And if you put a sound on there and went from low, slow to fast, the pitch went up or the pitch went down. So the door would sound like it's, kind of has a little Doppler effect or it was moving.
I finally had an answer which was both substantially more complex than I imagined and also slightly disappointing. Not that the ear and imagination and assembly weren't impressive, but I guess deep down part of me was unrealistically hoping for something beyond traditional means. I still had two other important questions though. When did he create this sound? And most importantly, why?
Growing up in Los Angeles, I was exposed to a lot of creative type people down there. And through a chance meeting, I got to meet science fiction author, a fantasy writer named Ray Bradbury. We became sort of friends. He was kind of a mentor of mine. And I wanted to take his stories and adapt them into, I guess you'd call them radio dramas, just for fun. So I started doing that. And when I got into the university, we actually got a grant from National Public Radio to create 13 half-hour radio dramas based on Ray Bradbury's stories. So Ray was thrilled, and suddenly I had come up with 13 half-hour original radio dramas in stereo with original music and sound design. But I didn't have any sounds, really, that were professionally recorded at that time. This was in the 80s.
Right.
It was like 83, 84.
Oh,
and
that's when I was born.
Yeah, it was before anybody was watching this wasn't born. Well, I had a moment of weakness in, I guess, the late 80s. I just gotten married, and I was a college, employee and pretty broke, things are when you first start. In a moment of weakness and poverty, I sold a bunch of my sounds to a company called Sound Ideas. They dangled a check in front of me, and I thought, wow, someone actually wants my sounds? Someone's going to pay me money for these crazy sounds? So I sold a batch of them and became this disc called 6039 in Sound Ideas. And that was in the late 80s. And here we are talking about a sound that I made in the mid 80s and ended up in the sound effects library all these years later.
After selling all his sounds in the late 80s, Mike's library had spread far and wide. Despite not knowing about their usage in Resident Evil and Doom, he was fully aware of their proliferation in all forms of media.
For years they've been available to the general public, and I hear them. I hear them on TV, I hear them in films, and I hear little snatches of them in all kinds of big giant budget films. And it's kind of like now I can't use them, because not everybody has access to them, and they're no longer, sort of my special little sounds that I created. So I just don't want to use the same old sounds everybody else is using, so I don't use my sounds.
There was something quite melancholic about Mike feeling like he couldn't use his own creations anymore, but there was also a clear sense of pride about his work being discussed all these years later. And perhaps more importantly, he clearly appreciated their substantial contribution to the soundscape of modern media. He'd built his legacy, but unfortunately, he was the silent partner. Despite my fascination behind the sound, Mike was very quick to normalise his work though, likening it to the disappointing reality of finding out the secrets behind a magic trick.
It's kind of anticlimactic to go into how these things were made, because there's such common sounds. A CD tray and a copy machine it's like looking behind the curtain. You know, in the Wizard of Oz, you know, don't look behind the curtain, and you do, and you see this guy pulling levers and kind of takes the mystique out of it, you know.
He was right. They were common household sounds that he once assembled into something useful for a very specific moment in time. But the real magic was the journey that the sound went on, something that he could have never imagined 40 years ago, and that was satisfying despite finally knowing the secrets. His sounds have left a legacy in modern media, and that's due to not only its production quality, but also its accessibility. It's something Mike could have never foreseen or perhaps even engineered. I started this self-given quest specifically looking to get answers about how the lab door sound effect was made, and finding out was ultimately satisfying. But for me, the fascinating and crazy story of the sound's journey is the one that will likely leave the lasting memory.
Ray Bradley's A Sound of Thunder.
Say, does this safari guarantee I come back alive?
Mr. Eccles, the only thing we guarantee is what's stated in our brochure. You name any year in the past and any animal, we'll take you there and you shoot it. It's also on the sign above your head. That's all we guarantee. But I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Look, don't you worry about me. I've been on safaris before.
Yes, I'm sure you have. And now if you'll follow me, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Step right in, Mr. Eccles.
Down. Capcom Fighting Collection.
On June 24th, Capcom Fighting Collection will be released into the wild. 10 games are included from series such as Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, and even Red Earth in its first ever home console version. We got an early look at the arcade modes for each game, so we wanted to share a round from each one, starting with Hyper Street Fighter 2, the Anniversary Edition.
Round one, fight! Sonic boom! Sonic
No mercy. Attack! Level up.
Ready?
Get ready. Fight!
There you have it, one round from every game in the Capcom Fighting Collection. Let us know what you're most excited to play down in the comments, and for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
These creatures consume life.
Those who let themselves be lured into the trap will be whisked away by a swift gale, the embodiment of darkness, as they are slowly drained of their life. The darkness will show itself, basking in moonlight.
On my honor as a knight, I will end you. We will prevail. Hold nothing back. A worthy adversary indeed. Sorry to keep you waiting. We must bring peace back to Komura and
sleeping together. Going on a quest with you two is gonna be fun.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
We're out of space. On it.
We're going live.
Unleash the power of the Samsung 980 Pro PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD for next-level computing and double the data transfer rate of PCIe 3.0. It's 12 times faster than Samsung SATA SSDs, making for a whole new user experience. It's easy to install. Boost your PC performance, load games faster, and more reliably, no matter how intensive the workload. The Samsung SSD 980 Pro and 980 Pro with heatsink are proud partners of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
We're good. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
IGN's Summer of Gaming 2022 is going full swing, and today it's time for the Capcom Showcase to take the stage. Again. Fight! The publisher already blew us away during Sony's State of Play. Street Fighter 6 isn't pulling any punches and looks to be taking the fighter in a new direction, and the long-rumored Resident Evil 4 remake has finally seen the light of day. But what else is in store? Another look at Exoprimal? Ooh, another Monster Hunter expansion? Dragon's Dogma 2? Well, we don't have to wait too long to find out. The Capcom Showcase starts right now, right here on IGN's Summer of Gaming.
What's up, everybody, and welcome once again to IGN's Summer of Gaming. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield, and in just a little while, Capcom's big summer gaming presentation will be starting. Until then, joining me is a panel of experts to help me break down every big announcement we hope to see during the show. Here with me now are my co-hosts, IGN's senior editorial producer, Mitchell Saltzman, Guides editor Casey DeFreitas, and gameplay producer Ronnie Barrier. What's up, everybody?
How's it going?
Everyone excited for some Capcom games today?
Very excited.
Unbelievably excited.
Unbelievably.
This is actually the one that I've been most excited for this whole show.
Well, then I'm very happy for you that you get to be here for this. Before that, just a reminder that IGN's Summer of Gaming is a multi-day affair taking place over the course of June, and you can catch it everywhere IGN is, whether that's IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, IGN One on your smart TV, and now you can even watch us on our Steam page. Be sure to stick around after the Capcom Showcase for an exclusive look at gameplay for the intense dinosaur battling game Exoprimal. Capcom has already been big in the summer gaming conversation with what was revealed during the Sony State of Play, with the long-awaited, heavily rumored remake of Resident Evil 4 and a much better look at Street Fighter 6. And there's also Exoprimal, which was revealed on an earlier Sony stream, and of course Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, the latest expansion. Let's talk Resident Evil 4 first. Game I've been very excited for. Actually haven't played, even though it's been released multiple times since then. I haven't played it since the GameCube version, so excited to revisit it. And with that reveal trailer that we got recently, there was just a lot of really quick cuts, so I'm hoping today we get a little bit more of a gameplay demonstration. Mitchell, how are you feeling about RE4 Remake?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for it. I think, the conversation obviously has to be made. Do we need a Resident Evil 4 remake because of the fact that, Resident Evil 4 still holds up really well. Right. I personally, deep down, it was kind of hoping for Code Veronica remake, because I think that's one that I personally haven't played yet and I think could use a lot of love. But nonetheless, I'm really excited for Resident Evil 4. I think what I would love to see at the show or at the showcase is a look at kind of like the campy side of Resident Evil 4, because it's something that I think is really core to that game. One of the things that I really love about it, I love Ramon Salazar. I love the weapon merchant. So I would just love to see a trailer end with the weapon merchant coming out, going, "What are you buying?" But I'm curious to know what you guys think.
Yeah, Casey, you've covered a lot of Nintendo games on IGN.
Yes.
RE4 is really closely tied to Nintendo.
Yeah. GameCube, that was also the last time I played it and the first time I played it. Resident Evil 4 was also the first game I ever played that had QuickTime events leading straight from the cinematics. So I'm
Boulder.
they've got to keep that. They've got to keep that. And I'm interested
if it's going to resonate the same with everyone the way it did when it first came out, because I know a lot of Resident Evil fans, Resident Evil 4 is their favorite. And some of the reason I think is it might have been a lot of people's first Resident Evil, at least was mine. That was the first Resident Evil I ever played. So I'm curious to see more. I want to see exactly what they are changing. I know they said they'd want to keep kind of like the core story intact, but what are they going to change? Are they going to keep the camp? Are they going to go more serious like they have been with the more recent Resident Evil titles? I'm curious. I want to see what they're going to do.
Ronnie, in the pantheon of Resident Evil games, where does Resident Evil 4 fall for you?
4 is right at the top for me, for sure. I played it first when I was a teenager, and we all have those games growing up. When you're playing it, it feels like, I shouldn't be playing this. You're kind of looking over your shoulders. Like,
am I going to get in trouble?
Yeah, someone watching. It was on GameCube, such a friendly system. But yeah, the first time that dude with a burlap sack came out of the village with a chainsaw and just cut my head off, I was scarred forever, but in a good way. I've loved Resident Evil ever since then. I'm replaying 3 right now, just I kind of wanted to be in that world, but this looks to be totally more in line with 2 and 3, maybe less camp.
The remakes, right?
More gore. Yeah, the remakes. I do hope they have some of that campiness there, but they do seem to be going more for that horror vibe, I think, this new one.
Well, I'm excited to see more. You see, we have the official Capcom countdown up with the picture-in-picture with our stream here, in case you were wondering why you're seeing games that aren't Resident Evil 4 while we talk about that. But let's mention Street Fighter 6. This is a game that sort of had a big coming-out party recently. Saw a new character, Guile, was introduced at Summer Game Fest. Mitchell, I think you've played a lot of Street Fighter 6 already, right?
Literally the last 2 days have been me camping an uncomfortable amount of time at the Street Fighter 6 booth. To the point where I think I annoyed the PR people, but yes, I've played a lot of Street Fighter 6. I think it looks incredible. I have a convo up with Matt Kim talking about the new features of it. I think the most interesting thing that they're doing is that they're splitting up the control scheme. They're giving a secondary control scheme option for it's called the modern control scheme, and basically what it does is it ties every like denomination of attack to a single button. So you have a light attack, a medium attack, a heavy attack, and you have a special button. And it allows you to basically throw a fireball by just pressing a direction and the special button. It allows you to do supers by pressing a direction and two special buttons. So I think it allows newer players to focus on the fundamentals of fighting games rather than be overwhelmed with having to learn combos and special moves. But it also has that separate classic control scheme that's just like regular Street Fighter, where you can have that complexity. So I think it's a really good balance of appealing to both new and hardcore fighting game fans.
Well, I'm really interested to see more of this single-player sort of open world-ish mode for Street Fighter 6. However, Ronnie, I think the official Street Fighter Twitter account said recently that they're going to be going quiet for a little while. So I don't know. You think Street Fighter 6 is about to sit out this presentation we're about to see?
Most likely. They seem to say we're going dark. We're going to go work on the game. If we do see anything, maybe some World Tour stuff. But yeah, it kind of seems like they've shown a lot over the last few days. Pretty much like no embargoes on capture. They let anyone come in and, well, not anyone, but anyone who's there capture and then just talk over all their footage. As Mitchell so kindly played for so long, then just let me edit his footage.
Ronnie's a little jealous, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to see this.
No, but probably not, I think, today, unfortunately.
Well, along with Resident Evil 4, we know there's also other Resident Evil announcements that are sort of imminent that are coming. We know there's next-gen versions of, 2, 3 remakes and 7. Village. And there's actually been some leaks recently. We covered this on IGN Daily Fix last week, where there's been some PlayStation Store entries that sort of popped up behind the scenes. I think it's possible the next-gen versions of those 3 games could be released today. And they're available now. One of those situations.
Be great timing for it.
Yeah. I mean, that would be good for me. I've not finished Resident Evil 8. I've been looking for a reason to get back into it. So I'm at the part where it got real scary, and I just put the controller down. And
I know the part.
So the first 5 minutes.
No, actually, it's past the Dimitrescu part. I saw too far ahead, and I got scared.
Well, hopefully you can continue your save with the next-gen version. I'm not sure how that will work. But there's also the PSVR 2 version of Resident Evil Village. Or no, I'm sorry. Was that the one? Yeah, because 7 already got the PSVR 2 version. Well, there's a lot of Resident Evil games to keep straight.
Who knows?
Ronnie, do you like your Resident Evil in VR?
I say that now, but I think once I get in there, I might change my story. I played a little bit of 7 in VR, and it scared the crap out of me. But I'm still looking forward to jumping back in and trying it. There's a lot of hand trauma in that game.
There is a lot of hand drops.
It's going to be rough in VR.
Ronnie also made a great video about that, just basically montaged all the times Ethan's hands got utterly destroyed. So.
Speaking of being scarred.
There's also this Capcom game, Exoprimal. It was revealed earlier this year. Not too much has been sort of explained about that game since then, but I think, Casey, there's a fair amount we know already.
Well, a little bit. There was around 5-minute developer interview released on Capcom's official YouTube after that Sony State of Play that showed the announcement trailer. So we do know it's going to be a 5v5 online multiplayer game, but you're not directly fighting the other team. You are completing missions, and whoever finishes the missions first wins. I'm really excited to see more of that because it looks wild.
Yeah, this is the game that maybe some people were hoping might be sort of a Dino Crisis thing.
Yeah.
It is a crisis with dinos.
That's true. It is literally.
Yeah,
And,
short red hair.
And Hiroyuki Kobayashi, who was involved in Dino Crisis, is
It's
working
just
on
raining
this game.
dinosaurs in this game.
I'm hoping that this entire presentation just rains dinosaurs and monsters on us.
Amen.
Casey, you're our sort of resident expert on all things Monster Hunters. We got to get your thoughts on Sunbreak. That's out not too late. It's at the end of this month, right?
It's very soon. It's out on June 30th, and we already know so much about Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. It is honestly, I can't go through it all. It would take me like 30 minutes, but we've got a ton of new monsters where Monster Hunter Rise focused on Eastern-inspired folklore for their monsters. They're looking at Western-inspired monsters for this one. We know about the 3 new monsters of the 3 lords, and there's a vampire-inspired one, a like Frankenstein golem-inspired one, and a werewolf-inspired one, Ludagaron, Garen Golem, and Malzeno, and those look really cool, and we already know a whole lot more. There's so much.
All right, well then let's talk hopes and dreams. What is everyone's pie in the sky announcement? There's been lots of rumors or just talk about Dragon's Dogma recently, Mitchell. Is there going to be a Dragon's Dogma 2?
If there's going to be a Dragon's Dogma 2, I don't even know what I'm going to do. Like Ronnie was talking about, games that kind of have like a, specific memory of being tied to a part of your life. Like Dragon's Dogma 1 was tied to a part of my life that was a time of my life that was like just having the most fun. I was doing gameplay Let's Plays for a YouTube channel, and one of the ones that I did was Dragon's Dogma. I played through that whole game on camera, and it was just one of the most memorable experiences of my life, and I cannot wait to go through it again.
It has some DNA, I guess it shares some qualities with the Soulsborne games, right? It kind of came before all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to call it open world because it is kind of, a much smaller kind of world that you're going through, but it does have some open world aspects to it. There's like a little element of Skyrim where you're picking up quests, you're going to different quest points. It's also it's like Skyrim, but it doesn't handhold at all. Like Dragon's Dogma is notorious for just letting you do whatever you want. And like you'll go into an area you're not supposed to be in. A little archer dude will shoot one arrow at you, and you'll just die. And that's honestly something I would like to see maybe addressed in a Dragon's Dogma 2. But I think also this game, the thing that really stands out about it for me is how good the combat was and how like amazing it felt to be like a mage conjuring up like meteors falling from the skies. It was just. Well, such a cool game.
I hope you get your Dragon's Dogma 2. Casey, we know so much about Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak already. It's coming soon. Mm-hmm. What would be something that you'd hope to see today?
Man, so to be clear, the only thing that is confirmed to be shown during the showcase is Exoprimal, Resident Evil 4, and Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. It's only a 35-minute long showcase. I assume there has to be more than that. I mean, they have to surprise us with something. I think we're going to see some more subspecies. I know a lot of rumors have been going around. We've already confirmed that Legia Chris is sadly not going to be joining us in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, but it's called Sunbreak. We're going to break the sun, and if you're thinking about, I don't know, if you're thinking about other monsters that kind of fit that theme in the Western creepy horror vibe that the other new monsters are, Gormagala does do that. He has like a cape. He goes into the frenzy state. I keep saying and it has a state where it blocks out the sun, but that is a like total pie in the sky thing, right? Sure. But I definitely think we're going to see some more subspecies because by the time Iceborne came out, we already knew about like 10 of them, so we're due for some more.
All right, well, the Capcom Showcase is just about to start. Real quick, Ronnie, what would be your sort of your dream announcement from Capcom today?
Livestream announcement. Mike Hagar in Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
I think. He's the mayor of Metro City. They've already shown him in World Tour. Like, just make it official. That'd be great.
But like, Zangief is in the game. How would you differentiate?
Yeah, that's tough. Zangief is my boy. But
give him an iron pipe?
Probably, yeah.
Like in
iron
Marvel?
pipe, he'd be a grappler, I think. But either Mike Hagar or really, I just want to see more actual gameplay of Resident Evil 4. Like you said, a lot of quick cuts. I want to see more of what they're doing. Are they going to make Ashley maybe a little bit less annoying? And then Giant Stone Salazar chasing you out of a church.
Yeah.
That's all that I want.
We're just standing by, ready to hand you over to Capcom just as soon as they begin. Make sure to stick around afterwards for our post-show coverage. Let's see.
Devil May Cry. I know Devil May Cry 5 didn't come out that long ago, but I can't help but just, love to see Devil May Cry all the time. So, Devil May Cry would be an awesome treat.
All right, here's Capcom. Don't forget to stick around afterwards for our post-show coverage. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Capcom Showcase, where we'll share exciting new updates on our upcoming games. We have some surprises in store, and hope you enjoy the show. Let's begin.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, producer of the Monster Hunter series. Thank you for tuning in to today's Capcom Showcase. We're excited to bring you the latest info on Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, which will finally be released at the end of this month. To kick things off, we've got a brand new trailer to show you. Let's take a look.
How'd you like this? You look like you still got that fire inside you, old galleus.
You do as well, good elder. What do you say? Full steam ahead.
Taste my fury!
Take this!
First, let me introduce a returning locale. The jungle area that debuted in the second generation of Monster Hunter games is back in Sunbreak. You'll notice that the jungle's appearance changes over time. It's a nostalgic area that both veteran hunters and new players are sure to enjoy. And of course, we've updated the jungle with new elements and endemic life specifically for its return in Sunbreak. Longtime fans can look forward to exploring the devastated ruins around the coastal area. From the Monster Hunter Frontier series comes Espinas. Espinas means thorns in Spanish. As the name implies, thorny scales cover its body. Normally, Espinas enjoys a quiet life and sleeps peacefully, but when it senses danger nearby, it explodes into a violent rampage. Even though it can seem docile, Espinas has a two-faced nature that can be extremely dangerous. The flagship monster of Monster Hunter 4, Gore Magala, is back. Gore Magala is a sightless creature with black scales and sensitive wing membranes used to sense the presence of prey. As Gore Magala's sensing ability increases, its two horns change form and it enters the frenzy state. While in a frenzy state, it gets so powerful that the ground beneath begins to break, and it uses its huge claws as an anchor during powerful attacks. In addition, the trailer also shows the Daimyo Hermitar, and the Pyrorachna subspecies, which adds explosive elements, makes its fiery debut. There are still more monsters that have yet to be revealed, so stay tuned for more Sunbreak announcements in the future. There's one more thing I want to share with you all, so please watch the following video. A free demo for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak is coming to both Nintendo Switch and Steam. The demo will be available to download as shown. In the jungle locale introduced today, you'll be able to take on Astalos. The new Switch skill swap system as well as new Silkbind attacks will be available for play. We'll have a few tutorial quests available for new players that will teach you the basic mechanics and moves. After mastering the basics, you'll be ready to take on other monsters in the demo to test your skills. For veteran hunters, an advanced quest will also be available where you can take on an extra challenging version of Sunbreak's flagship monster, Malzeno. The demo supports multiplayer for up to 4 players, and there's no limit to the number of times you can attempt quests. Get an early taste of Sunbreak action with this free demo. You can download it from the Nintendo eShop and Steam store page. Also, we would like for you to keep 2 things in mind when purchasing Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, so you will be able to enjoy all the added contents.
Following Sunbreak's release, we plan to release a number of free title updates. Please enjoy this quick video preview of what's on the way. Our first title update, scheduled for August 2022, will add Lucent Nargakuka. This monster will be a part of the first free title update to come to Sunbreak post-launch. In addition to the Lucent Nargakuka, we're also adding a new area, the iconic Forlorn Arena. With future title updates, we plan on including additional monsters, variants, and more. Our title update release schedule is as follows. The second title update is planned for a fall 2022 release. The third title update will come in winter 2022. And there's more to come in 2023. Each title update will include additional monsters and other elements. We hope you'll check them out. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak will be released worldwide on June 30th, 2022. Digital pre-orders for Sunbreak are now available on both Nintendo Switch and Steam. Pre-orders will also receive a special bonus Palamute and Palico layered armor set. We're planning on keeping you updated with more information soon. Please visit the official website and follow Monster Hunter social channels for more info. That wraps up our news for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Thanks for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of the Capcom Showcase.
Now we will present the Capcom Spotlight Corner. Street Fighter 6, coming soon. The next generation of Street Fighter is currently in development and has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Fan favorites Ryu and Chun-Li will be heating up the battle stage right alongside some of the newest fighters, Luke and Jamie. With breathtaking new visuals, unleash unprecedented battles with the all-new battle system. Street Fighter 6 reimagines the fighting game experience with new modes that will allow you to experience the Street Fighter universe. What awaits you in this game? Look forward to our next announcement later this year. Celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Street Fighter franchise, the Capcom Fighting Collection will be released later this month. Included is the first ever release of Red Earth outside of arcades, Hyper Street Fighter 2, 5 Darkstalkers titles, and more. 10 of the best fighting games from the arcade era are included in one package. All of the titles included will be playable online. So play a match against your friends, or fight online against new challengers. Enjoy a full range of online matches. Capcom Fighting Collection will launch on June 24th, 2022. Pre-orders are available now. Please visit the official website for more information. Play the games you loved again. Capcom Arcade Stadium has expanded. Capcom Arcade Second Stadium, coming July 22nd, 2022. Saturday Night Slam Masters, Magic Sword, Black Tiger, Eco Fighters, and more, combined for a total of 32 arcade titles. In addition to a bundle that features all 32 titles, each title is available for individual purchase and features, with lots of quality of life options. All players will receive Sun for free when downloading the base game. The bundle featuring all 32 titles is available for pre-order now. Get Display Frame Set 1 as a bonus for pre-ordering. To celebrate, get the Capcom Arcade Stadium title, Street Fighter 2, The World Warrior. Free for a limited time. We hope you try out the Capcom Arcade Stadium as well. Next up is an update on Capcom's new team-based action game, Exoprimal.
Hi everyone, I'm Takuro Hiraoka, director of Exoprimal. We have a new trailer to show today that includes lots of gameplay. Let's take a look.
I am the artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Your personnel data indicates you are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment. Under my supervision, Ibius Corp conducts its most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island. You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating. Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At Ibius, we're always reaching for better. Always. Humanity resists quantification, an interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed. Humans, fight and die for me. Carnage module online. I call your attention to the unstoppable Raptor Horde. Calculating chance of employee retention. Chance calculated at 8.7%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. A more grueling combat experiment is called for. You will now witness a small fragment of the war game.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy Leviathan.
We hope you enjoyed the trailer. Now, I will get into more detail about the game. Developed by Ibius Corporation, Leviathan is a next-gen AI that guides players throughout Exoprimal via voice navigation and augmented reality displays. Leviathan appears before players as a massive human-like figure, or as a surveillance drone called a Watcher. The trailer shows Leviathan unleashing hordes of dinosaurs. Players will battle these dinosaurs after being forced into Leviathan's infinitely repeating wargames. Why is Leviathan bringing dinosaurs into our world? And why is Leviathan repeating these wargames? Solve the mystery by playing the main game mode, Dino Survival. Let me provide a brief gameplay introduction. Exoprimal is a team-based action game. In Dino Survival, 2 squads of 5 race to complete objectives. Teams must follow Leviathan's directives and complete the mission before their rivals to win. These directives will feature a dynamic mix of missions. In fact, we just saw some in the latest trailer. There's Dinosaur Cull, where teams must eliminate a specific dinosaur. In VTOL Defense, teams protect a grounded aircraft from dinosaur onslaughts. In Data Key Security, teams escort a valuable asset to its destination. Destroy targets in Omega Charge with the powerful Omega Hammer. In Energy Taker, teams compete to collect the most energy. You also saw a glimpse of a strange and terrifying creature known as a Neo-Tyrannosaurus. While there are situations where you directly engage enemy players, there are other times where you band together with rivals to take down a major foe. This variety of missions will keep players on their toes. In Dino Survival, the missions change based on players' progression through the game. The experience will be different every time you play, even in matches with familiar surroundings and objectives. By playing Dino Survival, you will unlock story sequences and also earn rewards such as experience points to increase your player and exosuit levels. We'll provide more details about this at a later date. Now that we've detailed Dino Survival, let's move on to exosuits. We showed 2 new exosuits today. Barrage is an assault role exosuit. It uses explosives to set areas ablaze and bombards enemies with ricochet grenades. Vigilant is also an assault role exosuit. It wields a destructive railgun to snipe from long range. We have even more exosuits to share with you in the future, so look forward to upcoming announcements. We have one last announcement for today.
Welcome to my research facility.
We're conducting a closed network test for Exoprimal. Players will be able to try the game ahead of release. Help us test the game's online infrastructure and make improvements ahead of launch. Sign up to participate today. The closed network test will allow you to experience Dino Survival before the game's launch next year. We look forward to having you join in. That's all for today. We plan to release Exoprimal in 2023. Until then, keep an eye on our website and social media. Thank you for watching.
Next, we have a message about Dragon's Dogma, which recently celebrated its 10th anniversary.
Hi everyone, I'm Hideaki Itsuno, game director at Capcom. A few weeks ago, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of Dragon's Dogma. Thanks to all of you for joining us in this celebration. The world of Dragon's Dogma has since spread to various different kinds of media, ranging from games such as Dragon's Dogma and the Dark Arisen expansion, to digital comics and a Netflix original animated series. In the coming days, we will be releasing a video celebrating 10 years of Dragon's Dogma, talking about how and what Dragon's Dogma came to be. So whether you're a longtime fan or just curious about the series, we'll have something for you to enjoy. We hope you check it out. Once again, thank you all so much.
And now we have a bunch of updates from the Resident Evil franchise.
Hello everyone, I'm Tsuyoshi Kanda, the producer of Resident Evil Village. Thanks to all of our fans, Village has sold over 6 million units worldwide. Everyone on the team is incredibly happy to see so many people enjoy the game. Thank you for your support. The Resident Evil series continues to bring fun experiences to people around the world. We want longtime fans and people who are new to Resident Evil to enjoy this storied franchise. Let's start with this video.
Rose! It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do. I want to live a normal life.
She's near death and ew, something just moved on her hand.
Shut up! What's going on here? You look just like me.
Now we have a new little rabbit to pursue. Locking the target. It's showtime!
Now, what next?
Sorry to keep you waiting. We're happy to reveal the DLC for Resident Evil Village we promised last June. We think this new experience will be worth the wait. This DLC includes 3 major features. First, the third-person mode. Many people asked for this, and we were able to add it into the game. Now, you'll be able to see Ethan as he desperately fights for survival. Players that have already experienced Ethan's journey can enjoy the new perspective and animations too. The Mercenaries returns with additional orders in an arcade-style action game where focus has been put on the exhilarating feeling of defeating relentless hordes of enemies. New stages are included, as well as additional playable characters, such as Chris Redfield and Heisenberg. Of course, Lady Dimitrescu will be there too. We've really fueled this mode up. Enjoy looking down on your foes from over 9 feet above as Lady Dimitrescu slashes her enemies aside. The third edition is one you've surely been waiting for, an additional story, Shadows of Rose. Today, let me introduce just a bit of this story.
Rose, the beloved daughter of the main protagonist Ethan, is now a grown-up main character in this new story mode. In this sequel to the main story of Village, you can experience Rose's struggles with the terrifying powers she was born with. To break free of the curse of her powers, she enters the consciousness of the Megamycete. There, she meets a girl who looks just like her. In this mysterious realm of consciousness, time and space is warped beyond recognition. Rose is guided by a being who calls himself Michael, who might be of assistance with removing her powers. Shadows of Rose is set completely in a third-person perspective. In the realm of consciousness, you won't only face creatures, but the world itself seems to be attacking you. Enjoy the horror of the world itself being your greatest enemy. How will Rose find freedom from her mysterious powers? The DLC for Resident Evil Village Winter's Expansion includes all 3 of these major additions. In addition, Resident Evil Village Gold Edition, a bundle of Winter's Expansion with the base game, will be released simultaneously. The release date is planned for October 28th, 2022. Resident Evil RE-Verse will also begin service on the same date, October 28th, 2022. We hope that you are looking forward to it.
How did you like that? Also, as already announced, we are working on making the main story of Village available on Mac so that even more people can enjoy Resident Evil. In addition, the main story of Village is planned to be playable on PlayStation VR 2. We're working hard on bringing you the ultimate immersive experience worthy of next-gen in Resident Evil Village. So look forward to future announcements. Up next, a game that was announced just a few days ago.
Condor 1 to Roost. I've located Baby Eagle.
Guess you, me, picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh?
You will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Hi everyone, I'm Yasuhiro Anpo, director of Resident Evil 4.
And I'm Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, producer of Resident Evil 4. This title is a reimagining of Resident Evil 4, based on the original 2005 release. Similar to other titles in the series, we are carefully preserving what makes the original title special, while updating it with modern flourishes for everyone to enjoy when it launches in 2023. Today, we'll reintroduce a bit of the game's story.
Resident Evil 4 is set 6 years after the events in Raccoon City, depicted in Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. The main character of the game, Leon S. Kennedy, survived the Raccoon City incident and was assigned as an agent directly under the President of the United States. Leon is dispatched to a quiet village in Europe as part of a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of the President. You might notice Leon is much more mature and fearless due to his past experiences. The Ganado, the main enemies of this game, wait for him. The experience of being attacked by hordes of crazed Ganado is truly an iconic moment from Resident Evil. In order to truly bring out the concept of terror of people controlled by madness, the Ganado have been completely redesigned.
Let's take a closer look at the game itself.
The over-the-shoulder camera returns, of course. Leon arrives at a dense and dangerous forest. We want to nail the feeling of loneliness and fear of not knowing what lies ahead, even more so than the original. Of course, there will also be thrilling battles. People that played the recent Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 should find this familiar. Look forward to future announcements, where we'll have more information on the game.
Resident Evil 4 is being developed for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Series S, and PC. The release date will be March 24th, 2023.
We are aiming to create a Resident Evil 4 that everyone can enjoy, so please look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What did you think about the latest information on Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4? Both games are currently in development. For those that can't wait for the release, check out the following games.
To
Resident Evil 7, which brought the series back to its survival horror roots, and the reimagining of classic titles Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. These 3 titles, built with RE Engine, return with current-gen features including support for 4K, high frame rate, and ray tracing, as well as 3D audio for an even more immersive experience. These titles are available for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and Series S beginning today. In addition, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One players can enjoy a free digital upgrade to current gen via the Digital Upgrade Program and Smart Delivery. For PC users, an update patch will be available on the same date. For newcomers and veterans of survival horror alike, we hope you enjoyed the immersion these new versions offer.
Welcome to the family.
Welcome to the family. That's all for today's announcements. Thank you.
That wraps up today's show. We hope you're as excited as we are about some of our upcoming games. Thank you to everyone, new and old fans alike, for tuning in. We look forward to sharing more updates with you soon.
Capcom Summer Showcase right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Jamin Hatfield, that's Casey DeFreitas, that's Mitchell Saltzman, and that's Ronnie Barrier. Now let's talk Capcom. Should probably begin right off the bat with Resident Evil 4. We got to see more of that remake. Looking very good, and we have a release date. Who is excited for this one? Mitchell, was it enough?
I mean, I'm excited for it. Am I any more excited for it after this?
Sure.
No, not really. But yeah, I mean, Resident Evil 4 still looks great. You know, I think we got confirmation that they've redesigned like the main basic enemies that you fight, the Ganados. I really was hoping to see a little bit more. At the very least, I would have liked to have seen like, you know, some gameplay from that opening section, that like unforgettable opening section of 4 where you're fighting through the village. But yeah, you know, we get what we get.
Yeah, I guess, you know, it's still a next year game. It's still a ways off, but what they showed today was just a little bit more than what they showed a week ago at State of Play. Ronnie, what'd you think?
What I have written down in quotes here is terror of people afflicted by madness. So sounds like a fun time. It really does look like they're going more into the RE2 and 3 remake of this is a very dark and oppressive place, a lot less camp than we're used to. I do hope they bring some of that back in, but it looks like they are 100% going for we are here to scare the crap out of you.
I mean, one of the things that they do say during the presentation is that they are really looking at what makes these games special. So yeah, I still have confidence that, you know, when we see this game again, we'll see some more stuff that I think alleviates some of those concerns.
Yeah, other than that, not really too much that they showed us.
But there was a lot of other Resident Evil stuff that they showed today. We'll talk about that in just a bit. Let's right now talk about something new from Capcom. Exoprimal, announced earlier this year. We just got to see a lot more. Ronnie, how is Exoprimal looking to you?
I mean, the first time I heard the phrase dinosaur forecast, I was in. So I am very excited for Exoprimal. It's not direct like PvP, but it's a little more Overwatch than I was expecting in terms of like Overwatch 2 just switched to 5-on-5, and it's 2 teams competing like time-wise for an objective, it seems like. The 2 new suits looked really cool. I believe they are called the Barrage and the Vigilant, 2 new assault classes to blow things up or shoot them from very far away. Both are good ways to dispose of dinosaurs, I've heard. So I'm really looking forward to this. Mitchell, we were talking the other day, the dinosaurs coming over the shield kind of reminds us of Days Gone.
It's so crazy. It almost looks like there's fluid dynamics being applied to the dinosaurs. The way and I don't think you really get to see it all that much in these trailers, but the way they like bunch up against a wall and just kind of like, you know, they're all climbing up each other trying to get over it. It's such a cool visual. And like the way the dinosaurs all just fall from the portals. It's such a...
Hey, they're dinosaur vortexes.
Sorry, dinosaur vortexes. But yeah, I think, you know, for me, removed from the disappointment of this being a dinosaur game from Capcom that's not Dino Crisis, looking at it for what it is, I'm actually really excited for this game. I think it looks amazing.
It's outside of Capcom's wheelhouse, I think. Capcom today is known for Monster Hunter, Street Fighter, and Resident Evil, not really like, team-based.
In the future, sci-fi, guns.
Like this could be, I don't know if they've released or if they've announced, like, is it a paid-for game? Is it free-to-play?
Yeah.
At least, is it a live service game meant to compete with, your Fortnites and Apex Legends? All that's unclear to me.
I did immediately go to the website to try and sign up for the early access, and the website was not working for me, so I hope I'm still able to do that after this, because this looks really fun. I love the idea of the exosuits and the different classes and then the different suits in each of those classes to choose from. I really like objective-based co-op games, and the story is also really interesting as well. I think that they just revealed during this trailer that Leviathan, the AI, might, not be a good guy. He's like, the AI was saying stuff like, your species is susceptible to mass delusions. Like, I don't think they're on our side.
Yeah, well,
he's not wrong, but that's mean.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't the only game that Capcom showed that has giant monsters in it. Casey, you and Monster Hunter are basically synonymous with each other. There's so much to show, including a demo. We're talking about Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. A demo's coming June 14th.
Yeah.
Did what you see today get you excited? Even more excited than you already were?
I didn't know how that would be possible, honestly. I mean, I was already sold. It's Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. There was already so much that I was looking forward to, but I'm going to jump way ahead. I love Nargakuka. I'm very excited to see Lucent Nargakuka again. Lucent Nargakuka was from Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, and then you also fought Lucent Nargakuka on the Forlorn Arena, which used to also be a tower map, and that is also coming back with Lucent Nargakuka. That is the free title update coming in August. I'm sorry I jumped ahead, I'm just stoked. But also Gormagala, that's awesome. A bunch of people in the community have been talking about the possibility of this monster returning in Sunbreak. I know there's a lot of people wanting Gore to return for Monster Hunter World, so I'm very excited to see it in Rise and to see how the Frenzy virus works, because it does some crazy stuff and can wreck entire ecosystems. So I'm curious to see if Gormagala is involved in the story. It looks like it is. It's got some cutscenes. Who knows? We'll find out.
So is this mostly about bringing back legacy monsters from former Monster Hunter games?
Gosh, so every Monster Hunter kind of does that.
Okay.
So Generations and Generations Ultimate, what was the game that did that, it was completely focused on bringing back previous monsters, and previous monsters in different ways, like deviant monsters, but it did have its own new monsters as well. But this Rise and Sunbreak seems to be having a bunch of awesome new monsters and a bunch of flagship returning monsters. Like Espinas was actually the flagship for Monster Hunter Frontier, which is a game that didn't even come to the US, so I'm very excited to fight that monster because I have not fought it before. So I'm sure a lot of people are in that same boat as I am, because it was only available in Japan and Korea, I believe.
And then, can you comment on this jungle environment that's also returning?
Yes, so Jungle is another map. I'm actually very surprised to see this, because in Iceborne we only got like one new map, and then we had another map which was a surprise unlocked at the very end of the game. But we're getting another returning map from the second generation of Monster Hunter Jungle. There's ruins, it's coastal. Another reason for people to be upset that Lagiacrus is not here. But I'm excited for more maps. I didn't expect it. I know that the developers have also mentioned that they need to create maps and choose maps to fit in with the balance of what currently existed in the base game, so that everything remains balanced, so the monsters and the hunters remain able to act the way they do in the base game. So I guess it fit those criteria. But the demo is going to be available tomorrow, and I'm very excited we get to fight Ostelos and Malzeno as well, which is the flagship Elder Dragon. It's probably going to be just as difficult, if not more difficult, than Magnamala was in the Monster Hunter Rise demo, which I know Ronnie is still like not having a good time with it.
Demo tomorrow, full release on June 30th. Okay, we need to take a quick break, but stick around. When we return, which of us can do the best impression of the merchant from Resident Evil 4? Just kidding. Or am I? Stick around and find out. IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by The Callisto Protocol on PlayStation, coming December 2nd, 2022. Pre-order now. And by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior?
World of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
Mana is the debit card and financial solution made specifically for your lifestyle. It's tailored for people who enjoy gaming, entertainment, and earning rewards. Let's take a closer look at Mana.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want. And we make it easy to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start completing quests for next level rewards, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. No gimmicks, no surprises, no kidding. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Great job, Danto. Welcome back. We're doing a live breakdown of Capcom Showcase, part of IGN Summer of Gaming. Before we get into it, just a friendly reminder, IGN Summer of Gaming is taking place throughout June, and you can catch it wherever you find IGN. IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, IGN1 on your smart TV, and now you can even watch us on our Steam page. So this show is pretty Resident Evil heavy, which is a surprise, seeing as they had so much to show at Sony's most recent State of Play, but it looks like they held enough back for this showcase. Resident Evil Village Story DLC. What's it called? The Shadow of Rose. Yeah, and this is all kind of a part of a big package for Resident Evil Village that's coming October 28th, just in time for the spookiest day of the year. What do we sort of expect out of this Shadow of Rose? It's in third person, for one thing.
Yeah.
That's a big departure for Resident Evil Village.
I mean, as someone who did not beat, as we talked about, did not beat Resident Evil Village, this was a nice surprise for me.
We're all on the same page now. Yeah, I guess we can say spoilers for the, but Capcom doesn't seem to care too much about spoilers.
Sorry.
Sorry, this is the hand we're dealt. Yeah, we're gonna be playing as Rose. daughter of Ethan in this bit. So Ronnie, how about you? Maybe you did beat Village.
Yes, Rose looks good for having been dismembered a few times.
Oh,
in that
God.
Game. Sorry, again, spoilers. This looks to be much more story-based, like not really combat-focused at all. Rose is a bit tormented from the powers that, surprise, she also has as a baby in Village, and kind of trying to carry on the legacy of her father and maybe get rid of these weird mold issues. Village is a weird game.
She talks to the mold.
Yeah, she does talk to the mold. She goes inside the mold, she talks to the mold, it's just a whole mold thing. But it looks to be, yeah, pretty story-focused.
It presents some interesting gameplay opportunities because Rose has some powers, you know, and usually in Resident Evil, you've got some guns, maybe a knife.
A lot of big guns.
Yeah. But not like supernatural powers.
Right.
So, I mean, that could really greatly change the gameplay for Resident Evil Village.
Yeah, maybe more puzzle-focused. It looked like she was following some lines like drawn on the wall and things like that. It wasn't too clear. She does not like Chris Redfield. Maybe she loves boulders. Who knows?
One thing that I want to say is that, you know, Resident Evil 7, I think, came out with a really impressive suite of DLCs that came out. There was like the Ethan Must Die mode. There was like this weird blackjack thing that you played with Lucas where like you would get tortured if you lost a hand or something. So like I think going off of what we saw them do with the Resident Evil 7 DLC, I think it's a really good sign that, you know, the Resident Evil 8 DLC is in good hands.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it's something to get pretty excited about.
Yeah, as we were saying, it's a whole package. It's the Shadow of Rose DLC. There's updates to Mercenaries where they're adding Lady Dimitrescu in there, however that's pronounced. No one really knows for sure. So you can play it. You can actually play as her, and that's cool. And then also the entire game, Resident Evil Village, will now be playable in third person, which is cool. Yeah. I'm just feeling a little bit of whiplash with perspective in Resident Evil games these days.
Yeah.
They just keep going back and forth. I just want them to come back around to the fixed camera perspective, tank controls.
Oh, please no.
I literally just started playing Resident Evil Village yesterday, and so now I'm like, should I just wait?
Also, well, I mean,
but also it was 40% off last night, so maybe that's why.
well, now you can play. Well, no, not that one. I was just gonna say there was already a next gen version for that, but we also are getting next gen versions of 2 and 3 remake and 7 available today.
Yeah.
So really really good excuse to revisit any of those. But Casey, I don't know. How are you feeling about the extra content that's been announced for Village?
Like I just said, it makes me think maybe I should just wait for the gold edition to come out. You prefer
to play in third person?
I prefer to play in third person.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, like my first Resident Evil was Resident Evil 4, which was in third person, over the shoulder at least. So I'm kind of more used to playing my horror games like that. And the Shadows of Rose DLC looks really cool. I feel like when you don't have the kind of action and weapons that we're so used to in Resident Evil, horror games become so much more spooky. So, you know, on the other hand, I'm wondering if I'm even going to be able to do it because it might be too spooky for me. We'll see.
Ronnie, do you prefer your Resident Evils in first or third person?
It used to be first person until I had to make that video that Mitchell talked about Ethan's hand trauma across the 2 different games. I think I'm good with third person now. Resident Evil 4 being my favorite, I think probably third.
Now that I think about it, though, that's going to completely change a lot of the events, or just the way that you experience them, because so much of it is your hands right in your face, seeing them brutalized, and now you're going to be back watching Ethan doing this.
Well, it's like the only body part in first person that you can like see getting damage, and so I don't know how they're going to do that.
Yeah, maybe it'll take away some of the impact.
Maybe.
I think so.
It's pretty terrifying.
I think it could be too.
One thing I wanted to also bring up, the Mercenaries mode has you know these 3 new characters that they introduced, and it looks like they all have kind of like interesting moves that are unique to their character. Like Dimitrescu threw a furniture across at someone. Heisenberg was like throwing out one of his gadgets or something. I don't even know what Heisenberg does. I haven't gotten to that point.
He can throw gadgets, sure.
Yeah, let's just say that.
Yeah.
So I'm
who's the third character?
Chris.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what they do with Mercenaries, and even going forward, if like maybe we'll see Leon DLC in Mercenaries down the road, or you know, if they can just keep on adding new characters to that to make that mode a little bit more, you know, robust. Because I think a lot of people were disappointed in Resident Evil 8's version of Mercenaries compared to previous iterations. So I'm excited to see them give that mode some love because it is a really cool mode.
Yeah. Then there's Resident Evil 4. We were saying at the top of this post-show that, it's always nice to see it, nice to get a reminder that it's coming, but they didn't show too much in addition to what we'd already seen for that.
We got a great new close-up angle of Leon. He's a very pretty man. So thankful for that, but yeah, not much else.
Oh, and what was the Duke thing? The Duke is in Shadow of Rose?
He looks to be like the antagonist in Shadows of Rose, or at least just messing with Rose or whatever, summoning some weird shadow mold creatures or whatever, but yeah, he was your buddy in Village, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
Casey might not have even met him yet.
I haven't.
Yeah, he's a very important character in Resident Evil Village, so that'll be interesting to see. A couple other little tidbits that Capcom updated us on is the Capcom Fighting Collection, which I believe is out this month, imminently.
The 24th, I think?
It's coming very soon.
Yeah.
Ronnie, you've spent some time with that one?
Yeah, I did a preview for it, just did some footage for it. It's got 10 games in there, including 5 Darkstalkers games. It's a lot of Darkstalkers.
Wow.
And all of their names and subtitles are flipped for the Japanese version, so that was always very confusing. But yeah, that's coming up pretty soon. Pocket Fighter, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Oh, cool. Yeah, a lot of really cool stuff in there, all online, so looking forward to it.
All those Darkstalker games and not a single iteration of Street Fighter 3. I'm so upset.
Yeah, that was a bummer. I'm always looking for Third Strike, but hopefully further down the line.
Do you think it's a space issue? Just Third Strike would take up too much space and they couldn't put enough else in?
Maybe I don't know. Everyone wants Third Strike.
I think they got plans for Third Strike.
Yeah.
I think they're saving it for something. Hey, maybe they'll bundle it with Marvel vs. Capcom and just call it the Capcom Fighting Collection that everyone wants.
Yeah, they had the 25th anniversary collection a while back that had Third Strike. And this has Super Turbo and things like that, but no Alpha, no Japanese versions of Zero, no Third Strike, so who knows? Hopefully in the future.
And then they did mention Street Fighter 6, but nothing new, right?
Nope. I was hungry for it, but they didn't deliver.
After you've played it nonstop for the last week.
I told you, coming out of that event, the one prevailing thought was, how am I gonna wait till 2023 to play this game again? I just don't know how I'm gonna do it.
Must have been nice.
I was saying earlier, I'm really interested in this single-player mode. What's your guess? Do you think maybe later on this year they might want to show that off?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely jump back into that. Maybe even Evo. They'll do some sort of showcase on it, or Gamescom. There's still plenty of events.
Tokyo Game Show later this year too.
That's also a good one.
That's true. Okay, we need to take another quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, Mitchell will perform the Giles theme on the harmonica, or we'll discuss Capcom show some more, whichever one. IGN Summer of Gaming, we'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is presented by the U.S. Army. You can choose from over 200 career paths that match your passion on GoArmy.com. What's your warrior? And sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company. Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com, or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN1. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN1.
Return to Enoch in the brand new Outriders World Slayer. Either continue your Outriders save file or jump in fresh with the level 30 boost. Here's a sneak peek of what to expect. And we're back. We are winding things down here, but before we leave you to your own devices, let's talk Best in Show. What was the highlight of Capcom's presentation? Casey?
I'm gonna say Monster Hunter.
I'm shocked. I, for one, am shocked.
That's hilarious.
Can't believe it.
The script even said Monster Hunter ? I'm sorry. But no, I was very excited to see more of those new monsters, and I can't wait to get my ass kicked by Malzeno in the demo tomorrow.
This is a family show, Casey.
How dare you?
Yeah.
I was told I could say that word, so I said it.
We were lying.
Sorry. I can't wait to get my butt kicked by Malzeno tomorrow.
Mitchell, in an alternate timeline, in another multiverse, your Best in Show would be Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? We're still in this alternate dimension where they show Dragon's Dogma 2?
That was the best reveal I've ever seen.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a bummer that they didn't show it, but they did, give us a couple of dates. I think June 16th, June 17th, they were gonna, do some celebrations of Dragon's Dogma for the 10th anniversary. I'll tune in then and hold on to my reaction that I was planning on having here and just save it for then.
Put that in your back pocket.
Please be excited.
It's got to be something big if it's going to be
hopefully
its own thing, an announcement of announcement.
Yeah.
All right.
There's something coming.
Ronnie, what was your favorite thing? And you can't say spending quality time with us.
Oh, I wasn't going to say that.
What?
Probably more dinosaur forecasts. I'm really looking forward to Exoprimal. I'm glad there's going to be a test. Frame rate looked a little rough, but that's to be expected of a pre-release game with that much on screen. I hope it's going to be another fun, just group game to play with people. I've been doing a lot of fighting games lately, a lot of competitive stuff, so something a little more cooperative might be cool.
Me and Ronnie just want to be on a team playing something
for once,
instead of just going against each other all the time.
Can I play with you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how many players have they even said?
I think they said 5 on 5, right?
5 on 5.
Damon, you can join too.
Yeah.
You just gotta bring another.
You've got one more spot.
We can put a couple teams together.
Chantel, you wanna join our team?
The crewing.
We'll be accepting auditions in the near future. So I'm kidding.
This is happening.
Yep. So we know Mitchell would love to have seen Dragon's Dogma 2. Casey, was there anything you didn't see that you wish you would have?
No. Like I also
completely satisfied.
I've been satisfied for a while. Like all of my favorite monsters were already in Monster Hunter Rise, so anything else after that has been a complete bonus. I'm just excited to play it now at this point. I'm excited that we're getting the demo. I also would have liked to see more Dragon's Dogma. even though I never finished the first one, I'm sorry, don't come after me for admitting that. But hey, now I just have more time to play more of the first one.
That's true. Now you have
The
time
announcement.
to finish the first one.
Exactly.
It's okay. They can leave me alone for not beating Resident Evil 8 and come after you for not beating Dragon's
No,
Dogma.
go after me instead.
Yours is much easier to beat.
Yeah.
I guess I have the greater shame there.
Yep.
Ronnie, there was no Mega Man anything.
No Mega Man. Juliana, my niece, will be very disappointed. Hi, baby. But I really wanted to see more of World Tour. There was an IGN Japan interview, actually, with the producers of Street Fighter 6, and they talked about World Tour. It really is a World Tour. It's not just Metro City. I was hoping to see maybe 1 or 2 more locations and a little bit more of what that mode actually is. Because they've said it's very expansive. It's not just like shoryukening barrels, as much fun as that sounds.
Yeah, I got to talk to them too, and they did say that they wanted to make it a mode where it kind of onboards players onto the mechanics of Street Fighter. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that was pretty much it. I'm just hoping it's pretty fully formed. A big problem with Street Fighter V was just a complete dearth of like single player content when that game came out. I think there was like an arcade mode, but like no story. Maybe like 1 piece of artwork for every character's ending. But it's pretty much fight people online, and that was about it. And that can really kill a fighting game quickly, especially among the more casual audience. So look at something like Mortal Kombat 11. Yeah, great story, a lot of fun extras, crypt, things like that. I'm hoping for something of that nature for Street Fighter 6 for sure.
Mitch, I know you're a big Devil May Cry fan. Things are a little bit dormant over there since Devil May Cry 5.
Yeah, and it's especially if Itsuno is going to be working on, if Itsuno comes onto a Capcom stage and has something about Dragon's Dogma, you have to imagine his attention is on whatever they're doing for Dragon's Dogma. But I just love Devil May Cry so much. This is my footage we're watching. Look at it.
Wow.
Look at all those little dudes that I'm beating up.
Yeah, they talked about the Dragon's Dogma like transmedia stuff. Do you think it could be something like here's a movie, or do you really think there's going to be a Dragon's Dogma 2 announcement?
I don't know. I mean,
There's no way they would do a whole other presentation just for a movie.
I don't want to get my hopes up, Ronnie, but
Well, just to remind everyone of some important dates, there's a demo for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak out June 14th. That's tomorrow. And then the full game is out June 30th. Later on this year, we've got all the extra content for Resident Evil Village coming on October 28th. That's the Shadow of Rose DLC, which is a third-person mode and updates to Mercenaries. Dragon's Dogma, we're getting an announcement for that just this week on June 16th.
I think they also said there was something happening on the 17th, but I don't know if that was just time zones.
I think it might be
they're
different
just
time zones.
Yeah.
Okay, then 16th.
Mitchell has his fingers crossed for Dragon's Dogma 2 reveal. All right, coming up, IGN has the exclusive gameplay of the upcoming multiplayer shooter game Exoprimal, so be sure to stick around after the break if you want to see some dinosaurs get blasted by futuristic exo fighters, and really, who doesn't? Thank you to my awesome co-hosts for joining us today. They're taking off, but you don't have to. Kick back, hang out. More Summer of Gaming is coming up next.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? Akeem here, giving you the rundown on Summer of Gaming. Now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're talking to the developer of one of the biggest games coming out What in the world is going on? Anyways, we're going to be talking to the developer, one of the biggest games coming out this year. What is going on? What the hell?
IGN's Summer of Gaming 2022 is sponsored by Metro by T-Mobile and by The Terminal List. Watch the action-filled psychological thriller starring Chris Pratt only on Prime Video July 1st.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Oof, that was a tough break for Akeem. Looks like I might need to find someone to sit in on the entertainment fix at some point. Catch it Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on IGN.com. But right now, it's time to suit up in futuristic power armor for a live dinosaur combat test in Capcom's newest IP, Exoprimal. Fight for your continued existence against hordes of vicious dinosaurs and rival Exo Fighter squads when this team-based action game comes to PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam in 2023. Here's a brand new look at exclusive gameplay for Exoprimal.
I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Follow my guidance to maximize your growth opportunities in this research and development exercise. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. You will compete in 2 teams and provide me with the high-quality combat data I require. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exo Fighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Get behind me!
Summoning raptors.
Take this! Fire in the hole!
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning gas neosaurs. They will explode when defeated, or if you get too close. Summoning raptors. Summoning sniper neosaurs. These enemies attack from long range using energy bullets. Exosuits with long range attacks should prioritize these targets. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs. Summoning sniper neosaurs. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the wall.
Thank you. Disengaging.
Proceed to next mission. Use roadblock's shield to stall the charging dinosaur.
Let's rock!
Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. It is dangerous to attack a Triceratops head-on.
Shield ready! Can't hold on much longer! Nice work! Take this! I made him angry! The shield ready! Shield broken!
Dinosaur call. You have acquired a wall. You can place barricades in the combat area. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Shield ready! One shield coming out!
You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Follow the Watcher to your destination. Summoning a T-Rex. A T-Rex can be dangerous, even from a distance. Summoning raptors.
One shield coming up! Appreciate it. Got your back. I owe you a salve. This is not good. Get behind me! Get back in the fight! I made him angry!
Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle. Raptor Super Swarm incoming. If you are unable to prepare in time, your death may be authorized. Good luck.
You got it, pal.
Use Zephyr to quickly meet the enemy in melee combat.
Just try and stop! Get behind me!
Your chances of survival are less than 10%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. The final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Data key has progressed 20%. Escort progress 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Stay near the data key to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Their allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data queue has progressed 40%.
Heading to market.
Escrow progress 40%. The data queue is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The data queue is badly damaged. The data queue is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data queue is being attacked by dinosaurs.
Shield ready. Let's play more game. Overdrive ready. Fire in the hole!
Escort progress 80%.
Shield broken. Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team.
Fire in the hole! Nice work.
Preparations for aerial transfer of the data. Preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking on the exofighters. Data key will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You have fulfilled your objectives ahead of the enemy team. You are victorious. Repeat, you are victorious. Please enjoy the right to continued existence and be sure to rest up. The next war game is just around the corner.
That was an extended look at Exoprimal right here on IGN's Summer of Gaming. If you like extended looks at things, tune in tomorrow for Xbox Game Showcase Extended, and we'll be extending that even further with another Unlocked Live after show. That's happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, everywhere you watch IGN. Where's that? I hear you asking? Well, I'll tell you. Catch our Summer of Gaming coverage on IGN, YouTube, Twitch, IGN One on your smart TVs. You can even watch us on our Steam page. What a time to be alive. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For all the big summer gaming news, IGN has you covered. We'll see you next time.